welcome back everyone. Today we will be doing a bit more Dark Ascension 2. Decided want to continue and hopefully wrap up the kingdom. But like always, first we give everyone a quick ad, then we get started, so I'll see everyone in just a few minutes. Alright. Let's begin. Once again. Oh, just give me one more second here. Pull this down. How's everyone doing today? Hope you're all good. We'll be hopefully wrapping this up. Kind of curious how this is gonna go. But we'll see. We shall see. And there we go. Okay. But yeah. We'll be continuing Kingdoms today. I need that. Oh. Second. But yeah, no, we'll be continuing Kingdoms, where we last left off. We're avoiding the pot like always. Think we have 23 days to beat this. At most. And we are about to head into the Fetter. I don't remember exactly the situation we were in. I know our bounty hunter has no mastery, which is Little worrying, but we'll make do.
The rancid crop grows unchecked.
Oh yeah, we needed to head to an inn to put this on. We have the cursed dagger here, but we need the boiled head equipped for something. Purity will clean it with cool, clean water. Okay, so we probably have to take that to something like, what's it called? An oasis. That's the only thing I can think of that has pure water. Let's see. All allies ahead get defend. Actually, you know what? Hold on. We do that. And then hardest us here. We give you, say... Could do Barristan's head once again. Or a random positive token. That sounds better. Let's see. Do we have an oasis? We do. Okay. Perfect. Let us go for
safe passage along this stretch.
the mystery.
A welcome reprieve.
Even though no one wanted it, we will go roll the dice. Ooh, good. I probably should also make my way to another inn that has a physician.
Facing oblivion, these folk have kept their honor. Have you?
Okay. Kind of want the food here. So we'll... Oh! Actually, even better. Pipeweeds. That'll actually help with the relationships and stress. It'll slow us down a little bit, but... Well... That'll be fun. So we got another assistance encounter here. Not too bad. Nice relaxing trip through the fetter here. Let's roll the dice with the stagecoach item. That's a pretty good one. That can, I believe, make bandages and melt soak linen. We do have the oasis here, but we don't have the head equipped actually, so it doesn't matter. Ah! Hey, welcome in, Hardy. Decided I wanted to try and finish this up, potentially. Let's see. Go ahead and claim my empowered token. Well then. Heck of a first turn. Let's just remove that. How you doing? No, we talked earlier, but still. Let's see here. Do flashbang, we can shuffle them to the front. Let's just get the damage here for now. Bat. Alright.
Incremental.
Cannon's loaded.
All the same.
and are ready to fire, so let's try and get rid of some of these. Yeah, it's always the worst part about making potatoes is the wait right before they're done. Alright. Let's see. This is immune to everything here. Let's just use Ichor. No dodge still. Let's see. Only a stun resist of 50. Let's go for it. There we go. What are you having with the potatoes, or is it just potatoes? Personally, every time I have potatoes, I have to... I make basically always loaded baked potatoes. If I'm gonna have one. You're dead.
A brilliant conclusion.
Let's go with that. We do get a stun here if we pull him forward. But he's immune to stuns right now. So let's do a Binding Shadow. Let's go ahead and, I guess, just Hurl Bat here. Because why not? Ow. Well then. Go ahead and heal up the boom.
Agony by accumulation.
Let's just go ahead and dash forward here. Just get the death blow. Boom, you're gonna transform. And you're gonna slam. You know, I just thought of something. I need to throw the unstable entropy on Kaboom. Because he's always doing stress damage to himself. And then healing it off. If I do that, that's constant token generation for him. Slamming away. But no, I always end up making like loaded baked potatoes with like shredded beef or something in it with tons of like vegetables, like corn, a bit of carrots maybe.
In this weighty gloom, a spark.
Actually ended up going to sleep early last night. So, I'm feeling very well rested. On the flip side, all the cats have been super hyper, even Nikita. To where Nikita has actually been running around acting like Jack all day. Playing with all the kittens and all that. Otherwise, if Brian's here, he may be a little excited to hear. I have been trying to get the Dark Souls 2 randomizer set up. Thank you, by Willie Hardy, for lending me, you know, the game technically, since that is in the list there. Since you did that, I was just like, don't have a reason not to anymore. So I'll go ahead and get started trying to get it working and get it optimized here. Not that it should take much optimization as a whole. Other than that, not too much, just a bit of yard work, you know, picking up around the house. Been needing to do more lately, but stuff like that. Most days for me are luckily quiet. I very much enjoy just, being able to relax and not have to worry too much. Have been looking at some other stuff online, or stuff like, say, adjustments to the channel, like just a few little things, stuff like there was one extension I had seen recently I was actually kind of interested in. Yeah, I think I'm gonna try and set it up. There's a voice modulator extension I found that would let you guys control a voice modulator for me.
Our position is under threat.
I thought that might be something funny to do, so I was gonna try and get that set up. Hey, Frisk. And I don't normally get burnt out on the hardest difficulties, but, well, with Kingmaker, it's a very long game. I try not to make it a habit. I mean, hey, just a little bit ago. Yeah, who would have guessed? Unfair is unfair. Almost like it's in the name. But no, how you doing, Frisk? Let's see. Go ahead and get the speed here. Yep, I was doing a meme build with Bite Barbarian. Probably didn't help. Let's be honest here. Technically, the optimal way to do that would have been with Monk. Kineticist is definitely better. I was just trying to have fun with it more so. Wasn't too worried about, like, fully optimizing it, because... Oh. I figured with some of the glitches I was going to be using, it may have not been so bad. I was mistaken. Inquisitor works better in Wrath of the Righteous. By a lot. Because you not only have the more set enemies, but you also have, like, not necessarily more control, but, like, you have a good bit more going on that you can kind of manage and work around with it. Let's see, we'll actually give you Hardissus the Kappa here. I think. Well, no. I know what we're gonna do here. We're gonna give you Barristan's head again. And we're gonna take off the res piercing ring here. Because this is gonna apply more blights, and we'll just swap them out as needed. That also frees up our slot right here for whatever we need. Yeah, currently we're just doing the new
Dawn, a new
Kingdoms.
disaster.
Well, it's both the new mode and the new faction that got released here.
Aspiration unites the hopeful.
And yeah, the Tiefling horns kind of clip through everything. One thing we'll also say is Inquisitor, I want to say, had more gear that worked for them. Sorry, grab my coffee here. In Wrath of the Righteous. Yeah, I'm finally getting my coffee.
A simple choice.
Ooh.
At least.
Sorry,
it
I'm
should
just
be.
reading how Hardy said he was making his potatoes here. Oh. Yeah, that is a great way of cooking them. Like putting something in the middle while they're cooking. To soften up the
Fumbling and
insides and make it
grasping.
nice and like
Shadows of
smooth
what they
and buttery.
once were.
Let's see. We won't do Binding Shadows. We can try for a Gaunt Kill. Man, I love being able to just apply that immediately. We'll at least get our Empower and set up for the actual kill next turn. An uppercut there. Also did apply combo. Not that it matters. You know, come to think of it, Frisk, weren't you doing a campaign at the same time in
The
Kingmaker
enemy
when I had started
weakens
that one?
and wanes.
How did that ever go for you? Okay, so I think it was either you or Wooden Mage that did. Okay. Why do I gotta be wasting...
A lesson taught is a lesson learned.
Fair enough. I have a buddy who said Rogue Trader is really good. So,
A trifling matter.
hope you're enjoying it as
Hold
much as he
fast.
seems to have been.
For who knows what lurks in the beyond.
Boom's got a guaranteed crit. Let's go ahead and... I guess just hurl back here. For now. Let's get that guaranteed crit heal. Okay, it doesn't modify or remove extra stress. Can do... We could do Anatomist here. Which does heal Partisus. There. You know, it's the bleed on him and kills him there.
The smallest variable can make all the difference.
I would be more likely to play the new Oblivion remaster, to be honest. While I didn't mind Skyrim, and I actually did enjoy it back in the day, I always did prefer Oblivion. I feel like Skyrim had some really good set pieces and everything for its quests, but the general quests didn't feel as good as Oblivion's. I may. Honestly, waiting a little bit before it calms down before I try that, and, you know, to get some of the other games on the list out of the way. Since they shadow dropped that one, and I wasn't able to, you know, clear up some of the backlog first. Let's pull you forward.
We are experiencing technical difficulties. Please stay tuned.
Thank
Are we all
you,
clear?
Artie, for the
Okay, we're all clear.
notification that
Great.
the camera is
All right,
getting
hit the
blurry.
red button. No, not that button!
I don't know. I could probably find some way to make it amusing. Who knows? Maybe start a zombie invasion. If that mod ever got updated. Let's go ahead and spread the combo.
A breakthrough.
It'll help us out, actually.
Bravo.
Hey, Baitovsky. No hags in sight right now. Give it a moment. How you doing, by the way? We haven't been thrown in the pot just yet. Or at all, actually. I'm wondering when they're gonna have it to where we go in the pot, rather than just submerge. Well, hopefully you're having a good day then. It's getting to relax for once. But yeah, I would have to do something special first to make it to where I'd want to go back to just or I should say stream Oblivion. Maybe do a challenge run or something, because I've played that game a lot, so I know a lot about it.
Victory supposes strategy.
At least I used to.
Press on.
And I don't think much has changed. But I also feel like it wouldn't be as entertaining to see me go, because with games I'm familiar with, I have noticed I have the tendency to start doing min-maxy stuff. If I don't start imposing some challenges on myself. I know that can get kind of annoying actually for some people. Oh. I do need to do Baldur's Gate honor mode though, as well. I was thinking about before Brian and actually Tofsky here ended up starting it. I had been talking about it with a buddy because of patch 8 about to come out. Everyone wants to get in on the shenanigans once again on the sword coast. But see, I would still have to do something because I've actually done honor mode with a buddy before. I would have to do like a challenge run version of it, just to make it different for myself. Like, I don't know. It's really good. Druid Grove is honestly, I don't quite think it's the hardest, but it's definitely one of the harder parts of honor mode, because it's before you can offset a lot of the tougher stuff. Let's just do a Howling End here. We've already got it set up. If you remember much Tofsky, I won't spoil anything since I know you haven't played much of it. Be very careful about going to certain places early.
An unavoidable end.
In honor mode, because obviously, you know, one place a little too early can ruin it all for you. That's a good one to dodge. I remember that when me and a buddy did that, the last thing we did was the owlbear. Good execution by myself here. And let's just go ahead and finish it off.
Amidst the spoils, an artifact of unparalleled power.
Interesting. That is a better res piercing trinket for Kaboom here. Problem is we wouldn't be able to have this on him too. Well, with the Kappa. We'll leave that for now. I have an idea of how we can use that stress damage one to our benefit here still. Let's see. We'll just be taking every fight here just to try and get the mastery points we're going to need here soon for swapping out people. Because I have a full bounty hunter I need to outfit here on top of everything else. Yeah, I'm very curious how your playthrough's gonna go, since you don't have the knowledge for what would be different with Dirge than others. So that's gonna be very funny, I feel like, and very interesting. Let's go ahead and remove this. Thank you, thank you. I figured as soon as I saw, like, it was a gnome, that just is perfect. Oh. And I made a mistake because I was tired last night. It is supposed to be spelled like this, Sofsky. I was just too tired and wasn't thinking, really, when I said it. Which makes it all the better in some ways. I guess there's a double meaning with the light there. You know. You can have it interpreted as he's the light since he's a wizard. Or, you know, you could always have it be, oh, light is in, you know, what I actually meant. Let's go ahead and pull him forward here.
Measure out your violence.
Now, there's a ton of
and
games
apply
I
it
need to go and
judiciously.
do. I still have, one of the next games I definitely am going to be doing, yes to all the above, it also works. Because you're, you know, it'd be funny every now and then change the name and see if people recognize it. If you ever change the character name to that. Just like at certain points we're going to be going through a dark section, change it to actual light. And otherwise change it to the normal meaning. That would be a funny way of handling it. Alright, let's spread the combo here.
Steady yourself.
Ow. We'll make good use of that crit on the beast file, if anything. Let's go ahead and no escape on you. Alright. Let's go ahead and finish off this cultist here. While we can. So we'll set him up there, because Hardissus actually needs to use toe-to-toe one more time. So we'll try and set up the back line here, if anything. We'll still use the beast file for the crit plate. Add some hefty plate. Cultist enemies definitely take a little bit longer to kill because of how much block they get. And the fact we don't have an optimized team right now. Let's see. Our best bet is actually to go for you, probably. Get him low enough that one more beast file will end up finishing him off. Actually, after the Anatomist here, we finish him. I didn't see the blind token. So that was a waste. Instead, we'll just cut this one down. Kaboom's still gonna heal here. And let's see. Actually, this 2 to 3 damage kills this one. Yeah, that's dead. Okay, so both in the back are dead. We just gotta deal with the front now. A little slow in the rounds, but hey.
A calculated generosity, but a welcome one nonetheless.
So, out of curiosity, Tofsky, from your limited knowledge, what do you think is going to be the hardest part for you? With BG3. I'm actually very curious about that. I mean, fair. That's a pretty safe assumption. Especially since, you know, they add legendary actions. That is fair. Let's go ahead and use Icker here. Get the blight stacked up. This one's dead, so let's just use Hurlbat here to remove some of this block. I just thought of something nasty I could do here. Hold on. Let's do this again. Further stack that up. Go ahead and add the combo. Just why not? Well, legendary actions aren't... They're not normal, they're, like, specific to the fight, so it depends. But, so, like, it's a set thing the bosses can do. It's not a, like, they just get a free action. So it is dependent on the fight itself. Hey Matthew, how's it going? Yeah, they can run away.
An invariable
you know,
result.
To the grave at least. How's that? How you doing? Yeah, it depends. Like each boss has their own unique one. So I'm just giving you the warning. Like, don't expect them to all perform similarly. They all perform in their own way. Yeah, let's go ahead and do the imperfect antidote here. 'Cause that still gives us token generation. Honestly, this is probably better right here. Because we're going to get stress damaged a lot being in the front. And this will cause this to get more use. I don't really need the base crit there as much. Yeah, I think that's good. But I thought of something with Kaboom here. He's normally stressed out, so if we were to give him this... Actually, let's try that. Rather than giving him this first, I want to see. Because if he gets up to 5 stress, we can go ahead and do that, which will apply a essentially 15 damage dot to everything. Yeah, Matthew, you're still alive, by the way. We just don't have you on the team currently because of fatigue, but you were actually cutting up things pretty nicely as our plague doctor. Actually, I think we've kept all the named characters alive. By the way, if anyone wants a character named after you, you know, feel free to mention. We got a few characters named, but we could always use more.
The inn stands steadier
Helps me
than it once
try
was.
to keep them alive.
But will it be enough?
At least sometimes. Other times, it seems like the game singles out my named people. What are the traits? Some bad traits
Let
may
them
seem
come.
bad at first, but actually are
Let them
better.
break against the bulwark of our
And you can
defense.
kind of use them to lock out other quirks. Alright. Let's go ahead and apply Fire Starter to you, because I think you hit both of the front rows here. Fire on the pot. Manias are bad. There's a few others you really want to get rid of. Disease resist down is normally pretty bad because it will end up crippling characters later. That's one I always try and get rid of. Another one is increasing stress quirks are always like some of your top priorities. We get a guaranteed crit here, so let's do a burn.
Excellent work.
Alright. Fire on the pot once again. Then we'll single out that last one there. Let's go ahead and do this. Get our defense up. We'll go ahead and heal them while we can. We don't want our defenders dying on us and leaving the runaway in the front. They haven't thrown anything in the pot either, which is why I'm hesitant to focus it immediately right now. Jeez. Imposter yeah, that is just no. Hell no. I hate imposter syndrome with a passion to begin with. But that is, I think I do have to agree with Toski, that's too much gold to invest. Alright, Fulging Burn's gonna happen. We do live because we healed him. Get another burn in. Another chop. Yeah, just let him go to oblivion. Unless you're on Blood... Well, actually, no, if you're on Blood Moon, that matters anymore, because dismissing doesn't count as death. I almost forgot about that. I don't know why I was under the assumption dismissing counted there. Let's go ahead. Let's make you vulnerable here. And blind. And set up a combo for our other people here. We'll continue defending our runaway here, because we're going to heal him. They should burn to death.
Problems have their solutions.
And then the pot should just
Even the
do
big ones.
standard buffs, which are no big deal. Alright. We do get bonus damage here. Let's take that bonus damage. We will damage the pot here because we don't want it blowing up on us. Not too bad. Go ahead and get rid of the corpse here. Try and blow up the pot to get a burn on him. Good miss. Very good miss there. And there we go. We can now target them freely. Because unlike in the first game, when an enemy is stealth, but they're the last enemy, you can still target them. As long as you have no corpses or anything else. Which is actually a very nice change. Alright, so we have actually managed our sieges extremely well. We do need to go to the Wainwright and equip the quest item here. Definitely need to repair there.
What can be taught, that you may stand just a little
yeah,
at the end.
Exactly. They've done some very good changes in this. Well, it's a Renault, so I have to say, do not get rid of him, even though... Thanatophobia is honestly... Yeah, other than Curious, the only one I would immediately remove. Fear of Undead, or the Fear of Unholy kinda sucks, since it's a Crusader, but is not... It's manageable. At least. Yeah, let's go ahead and have remove guard here. Let's go ahead and get come hither here, upgraded. Let's upgrade Flashbang. And let's get caltrops in case we go against the general. Let's go ahead and upgrade Adrenaline Rush here. And I think we're sitting pretty here. Yeah, we'll go ahead and upgrade Backlash too. Gordon. Let's take off Collect Bounty. Let's throw on Finish Him. Let's take off Bodyguard here. Throw on Come Hither. Got Flashbang. So we have our stun for the front position. That we can actually set up first turn with myself. Now that we have the
remind us
what's
of a
called?
time before the end.
The Ring of Ears here, the trophy necklace. Alright, did we get much alcohol? We did not. So I'll grab one. I do want more of these. Those are pretty good. Continue feeding that. Okay, we've got mostly positives here. Let's go ahead and do that. There we go. Yeah, if anyone wants one of the characters, just feel free to mention it. Like our bounty hunter here is not named. You have a whole list right here.
Each day brings new obstacles and new opportunities.
Like we got our Crusader here, Renault. He's not named. We've got the Duelist. We've got a few. Matthew's the only one named that's not in the party right now. They are actually nearly healed. This is true as long as you take the right team. Levels are suggestions. Just very strong suggestions in some cases. Why, heck, there's an achievement for going into the darkest dungeon with, what was it, level 0s? So clearly the game expects you to be able to beat it, right? You know, just stuff like that. I'm just trying to see what I need to do here. Let's go ahead and do this.
Supply lines
We can get the
and
path swap
swords.
going. I think
This
we're gonna
is
make
how wars
Artisus
are won.
here, rather than being a Ravager, that's stuck in the front only. Let's go with Carcass. Yeah. That'll make him very tanky. And I think what we'll do is we'll give this to them, because that's going to be constant in power, which will help get over the weaknesses of doing this. We can also do Barristan's head here. And that will give myself some more block, since I can't generate it normally. We need to go deliver this. That is an amazing trinket for Anatomist. Anatomist, jeez. Apparently got Battle Brothers on the brain. Our Flagellant. Let's do bleed out here. If it bleeds. Put a toe still. We will still do Adrenaline. Let's get Bloodlust here. And we'll swap the skills up a little bit. I think that's good. We'll still upgrade Howling End as well for, you know, the chance of it being very strong. And we'll do that right there. Have a good option of abilities here. So we want to remove... because Harnesses is still going to start in the front. Let's see. Let's remove that. We'll throw on Bleed Out. Remove Howling End, throw on If It Bleeds. That gives us a lot of position 3 ability to hit here. And yeah, actually remove Iron Swan, throw on Bloodlust. Alright.
Hardships be damned. The day is upon us.
Rofa Polva. Well. On. We'll just do it like this. They will be the leper. Destined for greatness. Just doesn't always see it. And we do have to head here. So we can actually go pick them up in a moment. Let's go ahead and have you start heading over. We can put you over here so I can modify you.
Your champions judiciously.
We'll go back through the tundra here for a moment. We do have the head equipped now, so I need to make a quick trip to the nearest oasis. And let me just make sure we've got all the right combat items here. Yeah, we're good to go. Okay, good. Let's rest and get moving.
Aspiration unites the hopeful. While the heart
Let's see,
still
right
beats,
now when it's selected.
desire will never die.
Yeah, Matthew, you never want to put a musketeer in position 2. Funny enough, you can actually put Plague Doctor in position 2 if you run Incision and have a still very decent character, I want to say, because I think Plague Doctor can use Emboldening Vapors, their
The
heal.
destination's never in question. Only the route you take to get there.
Agreed.
I trust you have calculated your odds carefully.
You can, like,
Will not
do
be
a
easy.
lot still from position 2. Oh, is it no heals? That's still pretty good. Because the Musketeers can pick up the healing, to be honest.
The
Libyans
hulking
rampart.
horror inside will not fall easily.
To swap a few skills, I think, on our bounty hunter? Oh, no, we did. Okay. I just forgot about it. Let's go ahead and do... Let's go ahead and do a blood... Actually, Bloodlust removes that. So we'll do this first. We'll get our block tokens here. Definitely want to go ahead and set up a stun on you. So let's do that. And we will Binding Shadows here. And since we have our block tokens now, we can actually use toe-to-toe and move up. Ah, we have to pull him first. So let's do that. We'll set up the stun then. Go ahead and use Beast File. Don't mind the occultist in the front, he's fine. Yeah, I guess that you do get negative accuracy. Actually, position 2, you still have the stun, right? You still have Disorienting Blast. You just don't have the double stun. Now that I think about it. Let's go ahead and heal myself. Well, I'll take it. I got a crit. Let's see. Go ahead and use Bloodlust here to save the Empowered for a moment, since we're about to need some blocking. Let's go ahead and do... Let's do some Ichor here. That'll spread the combo. Good miss there. And what we can do... Go ahead and stun this one. Good crit. Very good, actually. That's 8 damage. They're not dead, but they're close. One Beast File does finish it off. And then we can use a Flash Grenade here. I can go ahead and claim that combo as well. Right, we can't hit final position. We'll do this instead. That will allow us to get rid of the dodge guaranteed. Go ahead and hit you with an if it bleeds.
The enemy weakens and wanes.
We'll get our block stack here. And there's the beast pile. Okay. Yeah, honestly, a lot of people prefer the 2-spot stun because, well, it's very strong. I actually do like shuffling because it allows you to hit positions you normally can't. With a lot of characters, while also still getting a stun, and it's not limited use. So in long fights, like if you're going into the farmstead, I always use that over the normal stun you would use. For that very reason. Well, it's strong in general, not even just for disrupting. It's also strong for being able to hit positions you normally can't. So like, say you stun the position for cultists. Because it's a shuffle, they also move to position 1. Or, like, they move up heavily. Yeah, kind of. If you have someone marked, the fungal zombies do extra damage to mark, so it can be
Calculated
useful there.
generosity. What a
Still,
welcome one,
and it
nonetheless.
does disrupt them, but the fungal artillery definitely does do a lot of extra stuff when you hit them with movement. That's not good for you. Let's go ahead and do a bleed out.
Malaise, measured and steady.
Yeah, that's... I can see where you wouldn't want to do that for that reason. But, well, at least I have the regeneration on, so... Alright. This isn't painless, but let's do
Excellent
this.
work.
Okay, we didn't get the daze. That's unfortunate. Just go ahead and do Beast File here, because why not?
A slow dissection.
We want to get around 5 stress
An
with the boom.
unavoidable end.
There we go.
A steady subtraction.
Yeah.
An invariable result.
Yep. We will go ahead and do a come hither here just to delay the turn. Because I do want Artisus to heal up here. And we can do that with Adrenaline. There we go. Alright, we're in a good position for the second fight. Times like these where I'm very thankful we have that necklace. Because I can actually set up a stun on this guy right here that buffs him. Go ahead and do a bleed out to remove the weaken. We can set up Bloodlust second. But yeah, we want to stun him, so we'll go ahead and set that up. And at the same time, let's go ahead and do a Binding Shadows. Perfect. Go ahead and do Peace File here. Kind of upset he resisted, but it works. And we get the stun here. Alright. Well then. What? Not looking forward to seeing what the mountain boss brings us, Hardy? Alright. Let's at the same time go ahead and use no escape here on you. Aw. No stun, but we did get combo. Let's see. We can actually stress heal if we do that, but let's spread that combo.
The fiend's strength dwindles.
They weren't actually, Hardy. We did end up seeing them when we took a quick trip down to the catacombs. Briefly, but we did see them. We'll go ahead and bleed that one out, Hardy. Keep your block stacks up. There we go.
Large.
That's a kill. Alright.
Excellent work.
Keep that beast bile coming. Boom. Good miss on disharmony. You're actually dead. Let's go ahead and do this. Let's get the blind in. While we have the block stacked, we'll be saving up here. Let's go ahead and Bloodlust to remove the fatigue here. Thundering Steel is fine, especially if I get a crit. Alright. Go ahead and do If It Bleeds. Next turn, we are going to do toe-to-toe.
A breakthrough.
Yeah, you're still dead, so we don't have to worry about you. And there we go. Way to the Worlds, not too bad. Go ahead and just finish off that armor. Keep hitting him here. I actually like how swapping you over, Hardy, on this because it does. Hold on. Turn start. +1 speed for battle. If above 8 speed, positive tokens. If above 12, remove combo extra action. Holy crap. That is very strong. That's actually probably not bad at all. Ooh. Yearning Despair. Plus damage and max health, but less healing received in Blight, Bleed, and Burn res.
Loathing made manifest.
What are you? Exemplar. Okay, you've got quite the moves list. Let's go ahead and mark him with combo. Let's pull this one out of position. Prelude. Abomination is one of those, I don't use him enough because he doesn't fit my playstyle, but I do appreciate the character a lot. For like their aesthetics and everything. Alright, let's beast file here.
Malaise.
I think I'm gonna have to transform next turn. The Fall. Okay. Let's go ahead and stun that one. Ooh. Hurting a little bit here, so let's fix that. Wait, fatigue healed? Oh yeah, no, we didn't give you the suit. What? That's fair. It is worth it to fight without Torchlight, Matthew. You get... The fights are harder, but you get a lot more money. And... something else, you also, there's more crits as a whole. Both for you and against you. So if you're trying to fish for crits to, like, finish fights quicker, it can technically help you a lot. Okay, we have no dots on them, so let's go ahead and do... You've got a ton of stun res. Let's do this. We'll do come hitter. Yeah! You get more money, and there's more crits as a whole. You take increased stress damage, and you don't have the accuracy buffs that highlight gives you. But it can be very effective. Let's go ahead and try and get a dot here. That'll also spread the combo here. And we can keep spreading that combo back and forth. And you're not quite dead, but you're nearly there. Alright, so we can leave you alone. Let's go ahead and do another beast pile here.
You may outwit
We
them
did get
yet.
some of the blight at least. Okay. Okay. Let's use one of our healing
Calculated
salves here.
generosity.
To prevent me from
What a
hitting death's
welcome
door.
word,
And let's
nonetheless.
go ahead and dash forward here. And taunt that while we have the block plus. Okay, don't focus anything else, focus him. Understood. Okay, we did get the stun perfect. So in that case, let's go ahead and draw this. So we'll be fine. Okay, not bad. We can take the horror. Let's go ahead and spread the regeneration. And then we transform next turn. And that will give us a way to start beefing up our damage here. Perfect. Double stun. Alright. We'll go ahead and get Adrenaline Rush active. That'll keep us off death's door and allow us to just keep up the offense. Let's see. Do this for the Empower.
Bravo!
There we go. Alright. Because he's very resistant, honestly, to, what's it called? Let's go ahead and use that holy water. He's very resistant to God, so we're just gonna have to pump out the damage here.
The slow suffering begins.
That's not great. I will have to heal him here. Nice. Alright, let's at least get the combo on him.
Fellowship
Good
forged
heal.
through toil.
We can fix that with another adrenaline too in a moment. Let's just go ahead and do. Let's do rake. That way we're not moving out of the front here. Go ahead and use another healing salve to get up in health. Actually, we didn't need to do that because we... Right. Let's do this. We'll go to taunt. we'll keep seeing if we can get that stun. Nothing. Okay. That is an amazing event. That actually saved, or I should say nearly saved one of my first ever Blood Moon attempts. And did save another one, actually, I think. Or at least made it much easier. Alright, keep up toe-to-toe. We'll actually slam here and bring her, or bring Hardisus into position 2. They're actually gonna function better in this fight in position 2. I think. Ooh, nice. Well, we can't do position 2 because I did toe-to-toe. Alright. Probably gonna have to transform the Abomination here. Go ahead and stun you.
The sum total of violent equation, unfavorably rounded down.
Oh.
Incremental.
At least we're learning this guy. Alright. Let's transform back for a moment. Let's see. Yeah, we don't have that much light penetration here. So I do need resistance piercing for him. And he actually doesn't put block on himself, so our trinket doesn't work on him. Do that for now. So we do have speed. Well, Artis has made it through most of the kingdom, but not all of it.
Exhaustion takes hold.
No kidding, exhaustion here.
Remind yourself that overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer.
It is indeed. I don't have a way to bring you up normally. So I think what we'll have to do is we'll move up here. I will say I wasn't expecting a whole lot of heavy dots like this too. That kind of surprised me a little bit. We're getting every dot here. Rather than just some of them. Still Binding Shadows. That puts Kaboom in the perfect position to be healing. If they live. Okay.
Lethality writ large.
Come on. No stun.
An unforeseen complication.
Oh. This guy is rough. Have we seen all his moves, actually?
What can we learn
We
upon
have.
closer inspection?
So, let's see. Exaltation is just a big hit. Prelude has a blight component. Yeah. Okay. So really, what you have to do with this guy is just ignore. You just have to let him be like help for the whole fight. I spent too much time controlling the backline, thinking it mattered for the fight. There's still a chance it is a bounty hunter left. Yeah, because he's just going to kill him anyways and cycle him out. There is no point, and you just have to focus him.
Once again, teetering on that terrible precipice.
Alright, Death's Door of the Blight.
A solitary life, a sudden death. Who knows
We
what
should
this
keep
one
everything
leaves
still.
behind?
Also,
Humbled by
does-
exposure and
Oh, boy.
neglect, this ramshackle inn is a welcome sight, nevertheless.
down a bit. Oh, yep. Thank you, Artie. Sorry, I was messing with the webcam
Our
and
position is
didn't
under
think about it.
threat. The enemy looks to test our mettle.
There we go. Yeah, I was messing with the webcam, trying to figure out where it was best, like if there was a better spot for it. Where it looks a little nicer. Was originally going to do Battle Brothers, so I had it in the bottom corner and just shifted it back. But forgot about chat there for a second.
Precious relics
Well.
remind us of a time before the end.
Okay. Well. Let's go ahead and any of the classes that were already named. Go ahead and do. Actually, yeah, that works. Kaboom can be the abomination. Still, I was thinking about maybe making him the Vestal again, but that's the only duplicate class we got. I do have it to where our classes respawn. We have underground access now, which is huge. I don't have to worry about that anymore. We have to head down here anyways.
Be mindful.
So let's
Travel
send our
on foot is
men-at-arms
not
down.
without risk.
Send the bounty hunter down. Let's see. Interesting. That'll be useful for the witches. We do need to give out trinkets. Our leper's definitely taking the ears. Shieldbreaker is a very good one. Arguably the best character in the game. In many ways.
Tend the fires.
Alright, let's go ahead and
We may
do
see this
this.
battle through
We've gotta,
to its haggard
we don't have enough
end.
money for the path change. That's unfortunate. I was hoping we
One
would.
learns
We don't even have
quickly
mastery.
when survival demands
Well, I
it.
guess we're just taking what we're given. Which means no healing skills. So all the healing is going to have to come from our trinkets here. Do we have a way to get... We do have a way to get block. Probably don't want that on you. We probably want something for damage or on killing blow. Highwayman's only got damage though. Let's see. You can manage your own stress, so let's give you Barristan's head. Rolf of Pulva. I have a feeling that's gonna be necessary here. Make them stay alive. And let's also give you... give you the ghastly gruel. Just so we have the potential for healing every turn. Dismiss will take that, and the sharpness charm. We'll hope for the best.
A new dawn. A new disaster.
I'm just gonna let the Miller house go. We're gonna send you, Matthew,
Distribute your
down.
champions judiciously.
And we're just gonna have to go through the Tangle. Alright. Oh. Alright. Let's see if you get to go.
War. Rewards only.
What'd you find,
Resignation.
Pennywise or something? Is that how he teleported the car?
Our once familiar kingdom.
Just wanted to spread a
stranger
bit of
to
chaos
itself.
around, maybe? Alright, let's do that. That should be good. These two kind of pair well together. The duelist and... Yeah, not without a healer. Or healing skills. We would have gotten a crit token plus speed. Sure. I don't think it's enough to get us through both. Especially with no mastery for any of these characters. I do like it. I'm fine with both. They both have their benefits. I like how in DD1 you can actually backtrack and everything. We actually need this mastery here, so let's go ahead and take the fight. But I can understand where some people may not like it. Because you don't have the, like, curios and everything like you did in DD1. But both are good in their own way. Go ahead and hit the drummer. I do need to hit that back line if I can. The problem is I don't know that I can. Go ahead and put you in a stance. Urge the unworthy. Please don't. Let's see. This has double the chance for knockback. Let's go ahead and do this. Okay, we didn't get it. You can't purchase supplies.
Agony by accumulation.
So you can't purchase stuff to interact with curios, which means you can't make money. You know, stuff like that. Oh, your move resist is just so high I can't do it. That means we have to go for you. Just try and hit position 3 as much as we can. Go ahead and withstand here for a moment. And we'll move him back forward in him as well. This is kind of crap that we have no position for, like, abilities here. Because it means I can't get to the actual priority target who can revive someone. Yeah, exactly. Because without money, you can't get all the important stuff like, you know, your bandages, stuff like that. So it can actually be quite detrimental. Yeah, what does the most damage here? This. Yeah. We don't even have a way to swap out of aggressive here. And the random skills can actually be quite detrimental. Fine though. I guess let's go ahead and set up the double cross. And we'll move forward. Rope of Polva. Whose taunt and block are gone. They are vulnerable. Okay, we resisted the taunt. Let's see. That's pretty good. He does get buffed when he's in Death's Door rather than nerve. But if we can get rid of him and the drummer, I can reach the back line. Easy enough. Okay, that's pretty bad. Okay, we made the check. We've got a speed token, so let's do this. They've already gone. Ow. Let's go ahead and flick. Could do Duelist Advance, but that would pull us out of position. Let's go ahead and set up for removing the drummer here. Actually, wait, I've got a way I can still get rid of him. We've got to get to first position, but I can do that. Do this. Should have technically done this first, but it'll be fine. We're gonna use Purge to finish him off.
This is no time to falter.
Kinda hate they had a speed token there, but it doesn't really matter.
Outmatched at last.
About what I was expecting. Ooh. Let's go ahead and remove the drummer for a moment. They'll do serve once more. Sure. But if we purge here,
All problems
there's
have
no
their
corpse.
solutions, even the big ones.
Alright. And we can keep taunting and, like, keeping them dealt with here. There we go.
He was mourned years ago.
Oh, yeah.
Now he is.
I just remembered the, forfeit. That's a solid, what? A solid 60 curls. I think it's 10. Or no, it was...
Sweat-soaked brows,
Well,
unsteady.
for the amount of
stances,
death, since it was a team wipe, we'll do,
hold.
40 for them. Oh. Already cheering it on. Alright, let's just get out of the way. Board got tangled here. Over there. Alright. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15,
The
16,
blood of the valorous
17,
and cowardly alike
18,
soaks this tainted
19,
soil.
20, 21, 22, 23. Let me get out of this real quick. 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, and 30. Alright. 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, and 40. 3, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, and 60. Oh. Oh. Alright. Oh. Well then, get rid of our poultices here. Honestly, I'll get rid of the tokens for now. Hey. I will also toss... At this point, we can probably toss the loom. I don't think I'm going to be able to make use of Eyes of the Void. Not easily, at least. So we'll toss it. Sure, we'll toss the operating table. And we'll toss Death's Head. Why not? Oh. I wish I had just a bit more mastery, but, well...
A refreshing commune unburdens the mind.
At last, an end to its incessant barking. Witch Slayer. And a purified skull, and we must be in escalation
Your
3.
coach is laden.
Well,
You can carry no more.
good thing we just hit that. Let's toss the 4 baubles. Alright. Let's see if we can recover this. I have now learned, though, do not be greedy, do not seek out the mountain boss in Escalation 2 or 3. That was rough, at least not without a super heavy damage team, since, he doesn't really care about dots as much. Though he does have double action, so I guess dots would work if you had enough res piercing. Which was my mistake there. I should have taken off the eyes and stopped trying to make him work on Kaboom and
These
instead thrown on that.
crumbling ruins may yet have some
That
shelter
would have
to
actually
offer.
probably been enough damage there. At least we got... Okay. That's undefended. What do we have here? Partisans.
Be
Send
mindful.
Renaud over.
Travel on foot is not without risk.
We'll let them defend. Bonnie can head up.
Distribute your champions judiciously.
Because Ropopolva died before they even got really to do anything. There we go. Surely it won't curse him too. Alright.
Expertise.
Oh hey look,
and
our duelist came
experience.
back.
This
Ready
one
for
will
round
serve.
2. What do you got now? Okay, so you got preparation. Do you have anything to swap? Yes. Okay, so you can actually swap and do normal things for a duelist. Matthew, you're good to go. Let's go ahead and give out the booze. Well, the booze failed me. Alright, Dismas, take the water. Matthew, you'll take the water over the, what's it called? The healing salve. Let's see. We don't really benefit from combo right now, so let's just make sure we have plenty of healing. And what we can do here, you're gonna generate a lot of tokens, so that's worth it, and we'll give you the bone saw for the crit. Actually, rather than the salve here. And we'll hope that's good enough.
Who remains
Make
come
it.
morning?
To the next.
Who numbers among the fallen?
We at least have a healer in the form of you, Matthew. So it works. Not ideal, but it works. And we embark. Oh. Escalation 3 kind of just really put the screws to us here. And we have no idea what's ahead of us. 40% damage and 50% health. And the first thing we get is a fight. Alright, let's see. Go ahead and use Noxious Blast on you, Matthew. Get rid of that one first. Let's go ahead and disengage here just to start getting our tokens here. Okay. Go ahead and set up an open veins here. Try and get that bleed with Dismas. This one's dead after a little bit more damage. Bearing Call's not too bad in this moment. Alright. Let's go ahead and stack some Blight on this one now. Because with, let's see, if you disengage again, it doesn't kill. Let's do Touche. Not quite a kill there. We do cause them to bleed. They're dead now. So we will ignore them and just focus this one. Let's do double cross here. That'll remove our vulnerability right before the crit.
Hold fast.
Ow.
For who knows what lurks in the beyond.
Matthew does have the heals. We
There
use
is
that though
comfort in
instead.
company.
Get just a little bit. How much would cause a death do here? 16? Let's do this, then let's do Cause of Death. That'll guarantee the kill in one move. Go ahead and start working through this dodge. Whoa. Hey, Kaboom! How's it going?
And now, the greatest test of all.
You missed it. I guess you're not missing as much. We're in a death spiral here I'm trying to get out of currently. May have bitten off a little bit more about that. We may have bitten off a little more than we could chew a moment ago. Let's go ahead and start working on the Herald here too. We may have challenged a mountain boss, which is the region we're in right here, and he may have wrecked us. Something fierce, because I didn't understand. That's the first time I had seen that boss, and did not understand anything about it. Okay, we got low damage there. That's unfortunate. Yeah. The problem is, I had just spent all my saved up mastery on that same team, thinking they would be lasting for a while. So not only am I having to take fights while we're in a weakened state, try and get out of the hit here, we're also having to try and get an actual team together.
Malaise,
disengaging for the dodge.
measured and steady.
We just had another team wipe happen. Almost there, and that's another 10 dumbbell lifts. Oh. Let's see. Definitely need to put you in front. The game is fun.
The fiend's strength.
I mean, we only failed once, and it just caused a bit of a downward spiral. We're just tearing on after that.
An interminable conflict.
It'll be fine, though. We just gotta get our foothold back. Go ahead and flick again. Everything's fine. We're totally not on fire right here. Alright. Go ahead and do that. How are you healing yourself? That's my question. Hold on, let me look at that. It's not just happening on killing blows, though. Oh. That's how. Let's go ahead and...
Anxiety foments
Nice, we got the crit.
fears.
Well, Matthew's guaranteed to live, I think.
The blood of the valorous and cowardly alike soaks this tainted soil.
Alright, that's another 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Oh. Oh. But yeah, we renamed the Abomination after you again, unless you want the Vestal, Kaboom. Because we did roll a Vestal as one of the replacement characters. Don't mind the bullets. That's just all the ones we're dodging that are pinging off his armor. Oh. Thank you, Artie. Yeah. You get your replacement here. Probably shouldn't have taken this fight, but you know, we're just making all the bad decisions here right now. Also, should have swapped these two. I can go ahead and use preparation here to get our offensive stance.
Incremental. but
It'll also
deadly
give us
all
some
the
block
same.
here for a moment. And that'll help us work through this armor. Because we're definitely going to need to kill him. Partially because I can't reach the others. Yeah. And we just ignore it with flick here. Why do you have to get wasting? Why do we only get wasting disease? We get some big dots though, so it's not too bad. We get hit big in return though. Alright, that's almost the break point, but not quite. As long as he doesn't do any stress, which is asking a lot, we should be fine here. Yeah, let's just keep doing flick.
And now, the greatest test of
Ow.
all. Fellowship.
The
falls
fact
to
8 health
toil.
is half of their health, almost. Okay. One of these needs to go, then. Only move. I was hoping it would shuffle to the front here. There we go. I think we actually need to use our bone saw. And you resist the blast.
The mind's grasp grows tenuous.
Our retreat button's looking mighty tempting. I don't know that we're gonna get the chance.
Nothing
Okay, I feel
can
like there's a
survive
death
such
blow
a
modifier
wholesale,
when you have lower
organic
amounts of people.
failure.
Well, there you go, Matthew. Alright. You know, for the first attempt on the Coven, that's not too bad. Yeah, I think I would actually use that one. So the Unnatural Owlet's also really good. Let's go ahead and toss these. Let's see if we can even make it to the end. Probably not, to be honest. Let's see. Well, the end's under siege. I know we have the curls to do. Alright. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
You
7.
must be strong
8,
enough to shoulder
9,
more than your
10.
share of the
Kill him
burden.
with that arm. Oh. Good. Alright. We'll get the light. I definitely don't care for duelists because of the low health pool, for sure. Let's go ahead and just get rid of this stuff. What I think we'll do is... This run's probably lost.
This is no place for decent folk.
We'll pick this up again. around probably next weekend. We'll try again. You know, just keep trying for the win. I just want to see how bad it would be first.
Scavenge what you can, and be
Yeah,
off once more.
yeah, this run is almost guaranteed lost here. As much as we've got here, I just don't have any mastery to get back to a point where I can recover it. So we'll count that as a loss. That's another 100 arm curls. And we will swap games here. I will swap over to Battle Brothers, so give me one moment. We'll do the arm curls in a second here. After I get swapped over. But that was a good first attempt at the Coven. Also, you know, finding some new bosses here. Also, I think that's the first run I've had a bunch of successful boss kills, even if they were all on the Harvest Child. That definitely wasn't too bad. I just don't feel like starting a new kingdom immediately here. Give me 1 second. Put this here so I can see. Yeah! F's in the chat for the failed run. Alright. Let me... There. Alright. And there we go. Go ahead and change it for both. Alright. There. Okay. That's swapped over. Let's see. Good. Alright. Let's load up with the fancy beats. Alright. And... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, hey, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, and 30. 31, 32, 33, 34, 35. Here, let me, real quick, let's get ourselves centered in everything. Let's find where we were. Okay, we had to route some people at one of the regions. I believe I was at 35 there. Oh, I hope I didn't lose count. We'll go ahead and set it to travel here. 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50. Whew. Oh, yep, Cam. I'll fix that in a second here. 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60. Hi. 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70. Oh. 74, 75. Let's see. As the visor believe, Northerners have taken up positions. Okay. That's 75, by the way. We'll continue that in just a second here. Begin the assault. Many footmen. Sure. Hope I'm prepared. 76, 77, 78, 79, 80. Whew. Let me real quick fix it here. I'll give myself a slight break in between. 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100. Right. There you go. That's for the failed kingdoms run. Oh. Alright. How to lose more bros. No, we should be fine here. Let's wait them out for a second, see if they advance. They're not going to. Let's move up with what the Bard. We can't get a shot yet, so we'll wait. We'll see if they run up here, maybe. Oh. Yes, okay, I figured that would happen. So what we can do is we can swap what the Bard out, and that got him to break formation. Ooh. Okay. Let's fire at him. Perfect. Sigmar will move in. But first, Pepe, throw your axes. Take a stab there. Let's surround them. And let's give them hell. Alright. Let's move Hamden up here. Zapeka will try and bonk. Kaboom! Even though you're sick, you'll take some swipes. And Pillow will cover the side here. Ooh. Ow. Do without that. Good shot with the Bard. And Tello. Go ahead and just try and stab through the armor. Pillow will cut this one down if he can. We're probably gonna bleed out here. Clever Ever is gonna fire twice on the Billman here and severely injure him. Cool. But the Bard can actually reload and get a huge volley fire here. which will allow us to also release a hound to help exhaust them. Alright. Let's see. Arnabus is ready to bonk this one. There we go. They're breaking. Good. Let's get a few hits in. Let's wait with Barnyard. Sigmar, you're gonna go ahead and bonk. And move up. Boom, you will wait for them to flee. Same with Zepeko. We'll do a double bonk here with Hamden. Move up with Pepe and throw an axe. And we'll move up. And we'll try and break that shield. Slowly but surely. There we go. They're breaking. We got this. Let's go ahead and just get the hits in where we can, and we'll move up. Okay, Pillow gets a good swipe to the head on one of them. Let's see. Clever. Take a shot at the Arbalist. Bard can reload and fire on this guy. Okay, good. Move up and bonk here with Arnabus. Let's go for a Pierce here. That'll cause him to flee. Try for the hit there. We'll wait with Sigmar because he may be able to move up still. Because of that. And Barnyard will essentially finish off the Arbalister. Not quite. So it goes to Zepeko. Never mind. It would have gone to Zepeko. But he missed. Okay. Let's go for a bonk on you. Move you over. Mira. And Sigmar is just gonna have to wait there. And there we go. Alright. Running. Boom, finish that one off for us. Or at least get close to it. We have a runner to catch. Alright. Zatello. Didn't get that. We'll go to and put some miasma below him. There we go. You're fully exhausted. Let's just go ahead and run up and run them down. Our dogs got it for us. But we'll send Bill up, just make sure. Clever, you're going to take a shot. And you finish him off. And Sigmar can get the kill here. Okay. Not bad. Especially for the first fight of the day on this. Oh. We make a stand defending in this site. Alright. Everyone should be, for the most part, good. We're gonna just swap out some of the armor here real quick. Vitello, you will get the hat for now. Hamden, you're probably fine. Alright. Oh. Let's see if we can get through this with no losses. We should have some backup, I think. We'll see. Okay, they're gonna actually advance here. That's fine. Let's go to move behind this structure because we can still actually fire out here. We'll fire with What the Bard to get an injury on him. Tello's gonna run up to try and get them to just force rush, basically. And like, kind of just have them all run up at the same time. Clever's gonna move up 2 and fire on the Bannerman. We want to take him out as soon as possible because he's gonna help their morale. Okay. Pepe will just throw that for now. Barnyard will advance up to the line with some support. Sigmar will block for him a little bit. Hamden will move it right in behind so he can swing on all the shields. Echo will move right next to Sigmar. Boom, you'll take position 2. Let's keep this advance going. Okay, fine. You want to fight him one-on-one? Works for me. Let's go ahead. We can fire here. Good, we missed Kaboom and hit everyone else. Let Tello stack up overwhelm. Same with Billow. Alright, so Clever. Take a shot here. We do need to get rid of these Arbalisters, but I do want to get rid of Billman as well as a way to lessen the damage we'll be taking. And that's why we need to get rid of him. Luckily, he's moved up and made it easy. As long as we can break through somehow, we can get to him. Alright, we'll have to wait here. We did miss. Zepeco can go ahead and try. Nope. Boom! Unfortunate. We do have Miasma sitting under him now. None of our two-handers were able to get a hit in. Right. Pepe, you know what? You're gonna swap your axe. You're gonna rush up. Okay. Pillow's gonna take 2 hits here. Let's continue firing on the line. Not bad. We've nearly got 2 kills here. Let's move up and fire with Clever, and he gets a arrow through the armor. And Ditello finishes off 2 for us. Okay. This one's gravely wounded, so let's target him. So far, so good. We're making good progress through the lines. We'll wait there, because if I can, I'm going to footwork into position here. Almost. Boom. We believe. Bonk that one. Go ahead and start chopping away at that shield. Speed up his death. Let's go ahead and try and hit him. And even though it's going to get us hit with the miasma, let's move up. Okay. We'll let that glorious, noble music play while we just continue trying to run them down. Good hit, Patello. Oh. Let's go ahead and target him. He's exhausted, so he shouldn't be able to shield wall here and hit. Well, Sigmar, you can move yourself back into position. There we go, hand in. Also, I just thought about it, Hardy. Since we reset that run in Darkest Dungeon, do you want a character named after it in this, maybe? Because we can do that, if anything. Alright. Take a few fights here. Let's see. Let's start working on that bannerman. For too long. Should be able to get this. Go to move what the Bard over. That'll allow us to blast this line without injuring ourselves. Okay, he's dead. Barnard, you're gonna move up and take a stab at the Bannerman. We can get our injuries there. Let's see. Alright. That works. We've broken through the line, so we should be good now. Alright. Oh, fine. Don't want to let us through. We'll just swipe at you then. Oh. Alright. Cut him down. Move up. And just keep the advance going. Alright, Barnard, you gotta kill their... Bard can get the shot here. That causes the rest to flee, and Clever can catch the one who's running. There we go. Alright. Here we go. Don't have enough stamina here, so let's just bonk you. There. The fight is finished. Without a death? Definitely not without the... like... too much trouble. Okay. Don't need the 4 medicine. We don't need the bolts. Ammunition's not too expensive. We'll drop that. Let's get some of this expensive stuff here. There we go. Victory. Let's return. The other Crusaders did this to you? They did. Mind you, I was there when they crucified someone else on account of the same reason. on part, I'm not the brightest fella to follow in his footsteps, nor am I clean of heart. For I cheered it on when they did it to him. But perhaps the Gilder will see the true light I carry within, you know. Turns his head to the sky and buzzards circling above. I'm still one to open to fight, no matter who it is. South, north, doesn't matter. I'm the Gilder in my heart. Alright, he'll fit in with the rest of the misfits we've got here. Converted Crusader. Ooh. Alright, Hans. Well, you've set yourself up as a range character. Let's see it through. So clearly you're not willing to give up on melee. Let's see, your fatigue's not the best. But we'll manage. There we go. We'll do that. And at the same time, I will also refund the points. Since it's not for the same game. Let's see. Where is it? There we go. There we are. Iron Jaw pairs very well with Steel Brow, so we'll go with that. Let's take rotation with you. And welcome aboard. Give you some medium armor for now. There we go. We'll give you a bill hook since you're good with melee, but actually we'll do this. We'll give him a crossbow. Give him a dagger. And he'll be ready. Oh. Alright. We do need to make it back before it's too late on our food here. So let's try and do so. All right. Let's go ahead and just sell everything. Sell all of this. We don't need most of it anyways. And it'll be good money. We'll keep this. We'll sell that. Ton of cash again. Okay, let's grab our potions we're gonna need. Let's grab those. That's for later, not for right now. Grab 4 tools. Let's grab some dates. Let's grab some rice for the company here. Let's grab some spices. Alright. So, now we're done with that mission. What was this? Drive off nomads? We can do that. We've got good health still, good armor. So that's not a big deal. Let's go ahead and take the nomad contract here, and we'll move out. Yeah, we're good to go. I do need to give Zepeco, rather than the pike, his mace now. And we'll be good. And then we need to go, as soon as we can, we want to go start fighting unholds. I'm just doing a bit of scouting here while we have the food and that. Just to make sure there's nothing down here. Maybe a legendary location, maybe something else, who knows. Anything at all. Weird location there. We'll be fighting him in the daytime. Ooh. Okay. We're fighting with Ifrits here. Makes it a little bit more complicated. Not too much. Alright, Bill, are you gonna charge up? Just want to deal with this quickly. Alright. Go ahead and blast the one with the axe here while we have the opportunity with what the bard. Let's try and get rid of some of these archers here with clever. We do slightly outrange them. We're probably more accurate. Probably. Just deal with you. And then you can get the kill there. Zepeco will run up on the whip user. Boom, you'll run up right here. And we'll run you up. Alright. Good start to the fight already. Not too great, but we can make use of it. Honestly. Alright. Go to move the fellow over here. We're gonna need him back here for a moment. We'll fire in Zepeco. It'll hit him, but it's gonna hit at least two of these guys here. Potential of hitting the archer, so that's fine. Go for the shots in the back. Go to move Barnyard up. And there we go. I think that's Nobles basically dead. Go to move down there with Barnabas. Or, sorry, not Nobles, Nomads. Okay. Just move Hamden down there to get some extra experience. Sigmar should be fine up here. For a moment at least. We'll go to break them. They're gonna form a big Ifrit up there. Oh. see how this goes. Go ahead and cut him down just for the morale penalty. Go to move you up because the Pekko's going to need to deal with some of those Ifrits. Let's move What the Bard down to help out a little bit more. Let's fire on that archer and try and hit this one. Yeah, they're going to form a big Ifrit. Let's go ahead and move over here. Perfect. That allows us to not take the hit. We're gonna keep shifting down there. Zepeka will run up to help with that. Boom doesn't get the hit, but that's fine. Let's go for you. And we'll move over. We can move Pillow right here. And we'll be good there. Okay. Fire here. Okay, and we're good. That's basically all the dangerous nomads dead here. Hey, Ham. How's it going? How you doing today? And yeah, you got us with the jump scare there. I was not expecting any of that right at this moment. Yep. Hey, thanks for stopping by. You missed it. The Darkest Dungeon Kingdoms run, I may have picked the wrong fight. And may or may not have gotten everyone killed. And I'm not gonna lie, I kind of rage quit there. It was partially because I couldn't recover, but it's also like, I was so close to beating Kingdoms for the first time, probably, and just like... I picked a fight with a boss I didn't know anything about. I didn't rage out or anything, but I just immediately did not want to, like, start the new kingdom right away. Just because I know we were in Escalation 3. I was getting to the point where we could reasonably complete it. But I picked a fight with a boss I knew nothing about, didn't know its mechanics or anything, and that killed me. So it's like, it's just one of those moments where it's just like, I hate that I did this, I really shouldn't have, kind of deal. It won't be the last I return to it. And that was first time fighting it, so now I know what to expect. Also, I think most of my issues in Kingdoms have been just understanding which characters are best in which regions. For the bosses specifically, because I seem to always wipe on the bosses themselves. Alright. Go ahead and have Kaboom here. Try and finish off that. Do the double swipe here. Arnabest, you're gonna run up. Move down to Sigmar and smack that one. Pyko can smack two. Yeah, I swapped over to Battle Brothers just because I am wanting to get to the Kraken and see that as well. Let's go ahead and fire on this one. Not a bad hit. Go ahead and reload and move up. Titello. Take 3 dagger swipes. Let Barnard take a swipe there. Boom. We'll try and finish that one off. Perfect. Let's move Sigmar up. We'll get the bonk with the flail. Barnabas can move up. Pekka will run up right here, and I think we're good to go. Okay. Yeah, it happens. Let's see. So, other than work, what have you been up to, Ham? Out of curiosity. Let's go ahead and do that. Go ahead and finish off the zipper here. Get a few more hits in. We'll be good to go. Go ahead and do that. Barnabas will move here for the accuracy for everyone else. Let's move up. There we go. And perfect. They're split up to where they can't actually group up here. That sounds like you got some stuff going on. Your team win any hockey matches? Like, lately at least? I don't keep up with hockey, so I know absolutely nothing about the teams. But, you know. We should have this fight wrapped up. There we go. Wait, didn't your team play against Mongrel and Boom's team? Come to think of it now. Ooh. That's not bad. Got spices and our potion. Let's go ahead and grab this right here. Let's trade it for some arrows. Here's our potion, though, that we were looking for Sigmar for. Alright. Get one more level in Hamden here. Probably gonna have the HP for this. Let's go ahead and make you nimble. Give you that armor, give you the Plague Doctor mask. You're good to go. Oh. Fair enough then. They're just jealous, right? That's all it is. Alright, let's go ahead and use that effort potion on Sigmar. It'll make him sick for a while, but it's fine. We can make do. Barnabas. Alright, your resolve is definitely fine. Let's go ahead and get that. Let's get that fatigue up. Yeah, let's do fatigue here. Fair enough. Hey, if anything, that's a good reason for them to not like your team, right? Because that means your team's very good and likely to keep winning. So in a way, they're complimenting your team. Alright. Would like to get these serpents here, but they'll have to wait. We've got a contract to deliver. Ooh. Just grabbing my coffee real quick. Alright. Let's go ahead and reset that real quick. And let's see. What do we have here? Hey! Thanks for stopping in, dude, and chatting. Means a lot. Let's go ahead and sell some stuff. Let's get rid of the pikes, because we'll use goblin pikes for anyone who doesn't have mastery. Hey! I'll try and get you then. Let's see. Yeah, we can get rid of this pike too. We'll just keep the goblin pikes here. Everything else can go. Alright. Let's grab more of the potions. Need to be stocking up on those. Honestly, probably can't use a fire pot on Kraken. Let's grab another one of those acid pots. Those could be useful though. More initiative. I think we'll be good. Actually, I kind of want that poison. We'll grab that too. And we'll continue with the Noble War here. Or the Holy War. We'll try and wrap it up here. So our arena is actually all the way out here. I've never been here, have I? No. 200 days and still haven't been to every city. Go figure. Let's help you get the cart back on the road. Barnard suffers some crushed fingers, but it's fine. Let's see. Yeah, no one got level ups. We definitely want to get you leveled up. You actually have crossbow mastery, so let's get you repairing this arbalest. You also got enough range. I'm fine having you actually fight with it primarily. Go ahead and stash that for now. Now he has enough fatigue to actually do stuff. There we go. That's a big camp or group of nomads there. Leave them be. Probably won't give us anything worthwhile. Ooh. And we'll continue on. Yukukim. Grudge Bringers have already beat us here. Hopefully they didn't take a contract from us. Alright. Kind of don't want to go east. I kind of want to go to the arena. So we'll make the rounds. We'll go there. We'll be stocking up on the spices to sell once the war is done, by the way. We'll grab more poison. We'll leave the acid flask. I've probably got enough here. And we don't have enough money for anything fancy here, so let's just wait it out. Let's head over here. Curious what direction we'll have to take. I guess we do have to go up and over. Hopefully that doesn't mean us fighting some nobles on the way over. Yeah, because we can't cross right here. We do have to literally go up. Okay, random limbed worms. Not ideal. Sick. Oh, wait, no, it's 3 of them. I was about to say. Alright. What we'll do... Wait a moment. We'll let Clever take some shots here. We'll move, What the Bard up onto the high ground. They're probably immune to the acid. Yeah, your range is so low, you're just gonna have to resort to melee here. Let's see. Go to move, shift you over here. Into that position. Shift Sigmar over. Pillow's probably gonna be the one to take the first blows here, so let's do that. Alright, we've got the reach. Let's fortify this position here. Pepe will move right here, and Barnard's fine where he is. Go. Okay. What the Bard's immediately gonna fire here. Also get the miasma going. Let's actually move up here with Pillow. He'll shield wall because he's already too exhausted to use what's it called? Indong. So we'll have him sit up here and basically just tank this one. I'm trying to think if I should move Zepeko in. Let's wait a second for Zepeko, and we'll try and get rid of this one first. Pepe, you're gonna move up right there. Should be within range, kind of. Reload there. Sigmar can rotate in. We'll rotate him out. We'll get the funk. Fellow will take some hits. Yeah, let's go to move Zepeko up. Alright, we already got one fearsome proc. And perfect. This Lindworm actually moved up to where you can do a cleave here. Alright, and the head targets Pillow. Do that. Not too bad, not too bad. Go ahead and stagger him here. Allow Pepe to engage here. Okay. Kaboom will actually move over to help too. Okay. And Sigmar get a big hit in. Okay. That's pretty scary. Okay, they're moving over. Let's go ahead and do one hit here, and we will taunt the head again. Save Pepe and Zepeco. Let's move Hamded over. Barnyard to move over here. Barnabas will get a bonk in. Clever. Try and finish that one off. Okay. Boom will stack up a bit of overwhelm here. Sigmar will puke on the floor and then kill the Lindworm. Okay. You're just gonna back up. Alright, we can still hit this one from this position, so let's do that. Move Stella right here. Okay, Arnabas is going to flee, but they aren't too bad, or horribly off. Let's do this. They can actually rally here for us. Actually, they don't have... There's no one to rally. They're one of the main ones who need it. Move up with Barnyard and stab the tail. Clever, move up and shoot. Okay. Me some hits. Sigmar moves up and tries to bonk. This one's probably gonna die without hitting anyone. Go ahead and stack up that overwhelm. Let's move down here so we can fire the cannon on them without hitting ourselves. Do a double bonk here. And one more sword fight. Okay. Alright, I think we got this.
He's just standing there, menacingly.
Hey, Artie, welcome back. Oh, but you're gonna move over here. Sigmar, I need you to apply that bandage real quick. Well then. With one health, Arnabas lived. Oh. Alright. Let's go ahead and fire here. Tillo, go ahead and overwhelm them both. Tillo will get the Lindworm kill. Yeah, sorry to like swap games, everyone from Darkest Ninja. I just realized that may have been a bit sudden. I hate when I lose a... Well, the run technically was not lost, but I have a feeling it's not going to go anywhere from the point we're at. And I just... I don't know. I'm not feeling like restarting the run immediately. but didn't want to call the stream at the same time. Alright, Sigmar, move up and strike. I just thought about, like, not quite the best timing to be swapping games, you know, on a loss, but hey. Let's go ahead and swap arrows, move up. There we go. Let's go ahead and taunt with Pillow on that head. Oh. Okay, good hit. And Pepe, you get the title of Lindworm Killer. Let's see, how many Lindworm vanquishes do we have as the most powerful enemy? Arnabus had... Oh yeah, you did finish off the Grand Diviner. So did Hamden here. Lindworm for Sigmar. Lindworm for Zepeco. It's great for Clever. Really? What? Oh, and Pillow. There we go. So we got a few. What did we get? The Lindworm's hordes. And some bones. Oh. Okay. Pepe. Your eyes are absolutely ruined. I think we just gotta transition you into pure melee. With the throwing axe there for support. Let's get that fatigue up. Even more. We'll probably give you an orc axe, if anything. Give you Headhunter for the axe specialist. And you're probably good to go. Marry you. We'll do resolve. Definitely gonna want bags and belts on you. And what we'll do is you're gonna have the cannon as your starting weapon. But we'll have crossbow bolts here. That way, we start with the cannon loaded, we swap, we reload, and are able to fire. You're fine with your helmet, though we need one with more vision. We don't have one with more vision, so you have to make do. Okay. Okay. Let's go ahead and keep moving. The two near deaths have me a little spooked, but hey. Okay, the fallen star will need to be reclaimed. We can do that. Go ahead and help him out in a little bit. Okay, they are going to pass us by. I was a little worried since those are Necro Savants. I didn't want to fight them and have someone die here. Honestly, Arnabus, you're finished on leveling. And Amiri, you have an injury. Let's start leveling some of these other brothers. Rolf of Pulva. No. You go there. And we can throw in Till the Lucky. As, you know, just someone to fill in the gap. Okay. Light injuries. Oh, look. We have a friendly regiment that apparently raided the town for us. Well. Let's keep heading down. Let's try this out. We'll visit here. We'll get our arena contracts done. We'll go help them with the Fallen Star as well. Very big coven there. And some dusty walls. How are you gonna raid our, like, southern kingdoms here? Well, now we're gonna have to get revenge on you guys. Let's see. Sigmar's probably fine. Kaboom's definitely fine. I'm just checking armors here real quick. Yeah, we're good to get engaged. Give Tatillo back his hat. Go ahead and just take him out here. We'll get some bill hooks to sell. Some stuff like that. Okay, they don't consider themselves to have range superiority. That's what I was curious about there. So, the cannons do count then. You do not have the proper shield, so let's go ahead and start hitting you with range. Just go ahead and move Hamden up right here. Sigmar can swap with them. And it'll get them to push up. Let's fire the crossbow and nearly kill him. Till you're just gonna run into the middle of them. Pepe, what's your chance to hit? 30%? Sure. We'll move Barnyard up. Keep trying to break the one that's already, you know, starting to give up. But we kill him instead. So we'll move over. Let's move Boom up. Alright. Sigmar, you swap places after puking your guts out and keep moving up. Pillow will execute the injured Bill hook. Or the Billman there. Let's go ahead and fire into the line here. We hit the footman, we also hit Pillow, but it's fine. He'll be strong. And the Tello stabs through the armor. Go ahead and let Pillow get some hits in. Go ahead and just bonk him. Clever is probably going to take an aim shot at this Billman here. Okay. He didn't break, but he did get a bleed. I bet he's going to swap to his axe after fooling them into running up to him. And what the bard just fires a volley of grape shot. Finishes off the injured Billman. Try and stab away with the Tello. There we go. We'll just have Barnyard run up here. Alright. Oh, stretch, Rippy. Oh. We'll get up and stretch after the fight too here in just a second. Also, how you doing? Oh, look, murder. Yes, indeed. Oh. After getting murdered in DD2, I decided to swap to this for a little bit. And, you know, go take out some nobles. You were still alive, by the way, in this. We just fought some Lindworms and had you live on 1 health. Dark Souls 3 is very good. My only real complaint with Dark Souls 3 is the fact it goes through... it has too much fan service for a lot of the areas. Because yeah. Well, in legendary locations, if we wipe to those, I don't count the Iron Man. Or like we follow different rules because of how they function very differently from normal fights, and the fact some of them are actually very RNG dependent. Oh. All good. PS3 has its ups and has its downs. I like some of the themes it went for. It has a lot of very poor execution, to be honest. But it has a few good things going. Let's go ahead and bonk with Sepeko there. And we'll finish off the nobles. Let's go ahead and rotate here. Bonk you. Everyone wants to run. Yeah. I think that's because, honestly, in most cases, the unique factors did not really matter. Like, there were a few that did, but for the most part, they just were side things and you chose mostly off of preference. At least that's how I did it. It could also be because it was co-op. Like, they play in the co-op. And they wanted the, you to look however you felt like, rather than having to pick or see all the same armor because one ended up being better. Because realistically, that's what would end up happening, probably. Oh, there is more here than I thought. I thought it was just one noble company. I was mistaken. Yeah. To be fair with the more armor, I mean, in Dead Space 1, none of the suits actually mattered. They were just straight upgrades. I want to say you actually end up with more, like, rather than upgrading the armor, they just have more health. For Dead Space 3. Let's go ahead and sell some of the noble stuff here. We'll get more of it. We'll get plenty in a moment here. Let's sell the Lindworm's Horde while we can. Sell their blood. Sell the sulfurous rocks. They're not really important. What do you have for me? Drive off nomads with a 3 skull? Or we could hunt down serpents. You don't want us to deal with the nobles that are ruining your precious city? Surprising. Tempted to hire the assassin here. Well, what I was meaning by that, sorry, is the fact that, like, when you upgrade the suits, rather than having the armor values like in Dead Space 1, and yeah, it's a just like idle habit for like stroking the beard. Sorry, I was like focusing there. It's just an idle habit whenever I'm like sitting there thinking. Picked up after, actually got it long enough to do so. But, I was meaning, like, when you upgrade your health, balances out to around the same point the armor was. Oh, speaking of Dead Space. No, but it could with how it normally ends up getting into 2 parts there. I did notice that one day. But no, I haven't given it a nickname. Let's see. We'll have a few people fight in the arena real quick. Re-giggling much, sure. Alright. Artisus, you get to go in. Boom. We'll send you in. And we'll send in Detello. We'll equip some nets here. That should be good. Let's give the crowd something to cheer for. Oh, that first never gets redeemed. I'm probably gonna swap it for something else. But you get extra health compared to some of the other Dead Spaces, I think, to compensate for the armor. In Dead Space 1, technically the suits didn't have much difference at first. Because all they originally had was you would upgrade them individually. Like, you would never go back to an old suit. 2 was really the only one where you'd kind of swap between suits. I want to say... Which suit was it that ended up normally just getting used over all the others? I want to say it was actually the security suit. Just because its stats were so good. And you can get it very easily. Maybe you'd use the antique suit for the discount. Alright. Now, real quick, I'll make a save. Just in case this ends super poorly. Because I'm going to hire the assassin here and check him. But like in Dead Space 1, it's literally you get the suit upgrade and you never look back. In the remake, you can swap back to them if you like the look more, but vintage, antique, same difference. Okay, we got the assassin's robes and the head wrap at least here. Our assassin isn't great, but they can function as a ranged character. And we do need a few more for if we do the Goblin City. Thank you. Also, I forgot the height or the stretch there. Oh, so I'll get up and stretch. I'll go grab a cat too while doing so. Thank you, Rippe. Just go ahead and finish that off, too. We are in a desert after all. But yeah. Get up and stretch here and go grab a cat at the same time. So, I'll be right back in a second. Oh, funny enough, you picked the right emote. You guessed the cat. Oh, fine. She was not having it. That is Kiki, by the way. She's the little Cordy who can get quite sassy sometimes. And very much is, well, she's not the most stubborn. That goes to Milia. But she's right there with her sister. Alright, let's leave the nobles to burn the place, since... Oh. Yippee! Well then. Oh, Rippy, while you're here, or Rip while you're here, I think I'm going to start Dead Space 2 Wednesday. Which we'll be doing it on, or we'll be playing it on hardcore. Or, yeah, it is hardcore. It's not impossible till 3. You know, gotta break in between after the stress that was Dead Space 2 or Dead Space Remake Impossible there. Yeah, let's leave the nobles to their burning while we go adventuring. We'll go explore while they burn everything down. And yeah, I think I want to get that done. I want to say, yeah, hardcore didn't have permadeath, so it shouldn't be too bad. It does have it to where I can only save a limited number of times. It's not even like you get one save slot. It's you get 4 saves. So it'll kind of be the same in some way. Ooh, hey, look, a free caravan. While they fight, we loot. Yeah. That... Luckily, I know the game well enough that that's not going to be a huge issue. I've played through it multiple times before. Never on hardcore, but it won't be my first time playing the game. And actually, the original versions are... I did do a little bit of a test just to see how bad it would be. Yeah, the biggest issue are the instant kills. It's the whole reason why I was so stressed out in the later half of Dead Space 1. But I think with how I'm planning to do it, it shouldn't be an issue. Because there's a few points I can easily go, like, without saving for a while. And then just right before the instant kills, if I remember them, I can actually make a save there. I don't think I'll use the detonator because it was not the best to begin with. Into for a couple of reasons. I have a feeling I already know my loadout for that game. Which will probably be, I think, force gun, plasma cutter, because that's before the plasma cutter got nerfed. So it's still like probably the most OP weapon. Maybe line gun. It's between line gun or contact beam. And then we've got one slot open. Maybe I'll do the flamethrower. Alright. They nerfed the plasma cutter technically in 3. And it... What they did basically is... I actually went and tested a hardcore run just to see how bad it would be, like, for the... Because I know you have the initial, like, very scripted start. I wanted to make sure it wasn't too annoying to decide if... Well, this is gonna be a massive fight. I wanted to see like how bad it would be because it's very scripted early on. And to get a rough idea. And the plasma cutter was quite literally one of the things they did to it, at least I noticed in the remake, is in the OG Dead Space 1 and in Dead Space 2, you can actually hit both the head and one of the arms of a necromorph. So they actually lowered its width a little bit. And at least at the very beginning of Dead Space 2, the plasma cutter was one-shotting even on hardcore for limbs. So you could literally in one shot, yeah, that's why I was trying to see. That's why I was trying to see how bad it would be. It's not because, you know, I'd get frustrated. I don't want to sit through the intro since it's unskippable. And I think Zealot's the same difficulty-wise. It just doesn't have the save, but I could do an honest, like, just basically go through and only use the saves anyways. We'll get a Zweihander here, which would be nice. This is going to be a lot of money, by the way. Also, 46 enemies. This is going to be a long fight. But, yeah, the plasma cutter, at least in Dead Space 1 and 2, even unupgraded, can basically 1 to 2 shot most necromorphs at the start. Compared to in Dead Space Remake, he gets what's coming to him. But no, like, it's, I want to say 6 shots minimum with the plasma cutter. Like, to kill a necromorph at the beginning of Dead Space Remake. Don't remember in Dead Space 3 because the plasma cutter got various changes. Because obviously the very different weapon system in Dead Space 3. Alright, now that they're actually advancing, we'll swap off the axes there. But we should be good here. Pekka will move up there. Sigmar can move up right here. Yeah. But I want to say I had tested up until the chapel. And that's how I wanted to see just how bad it would be for a little bit. And yeah, it was basically one. I think a few necromorphs took 2 shots for the limbs, but it was basically like, you know, you're just kind of breezing through comparatively. Which, you know, that changes later on because you do have the Uber... well, the Ubermorph is the Uber generator, but you have the buffed up necromorphs too that just start spawning normally. So it's not like it's going to be super easy the whole time, but it'll definitely not be the huge strain. You know, I just noticed the nobles actually take my my advice into account. At least they use the same advice of getting dumb on your sergeants. So because that's what that head injury is. That means that scar there is from. That means a brother has received the dumb injury. Or the brain damage. Dumb is something completely different. But that's pretty funny. I never actually noticed that. You are currently sitting out because you actually got severely injured by a lindworm. That is Zepecco. Though you do look very similar. Let's see if it'll actually pull you up. Okay, it doesn't. You got injured fighting what is essentially a wingless dragon. With acidic blood. We do have a two-handed hammer for you, finally. That, like what Sigmar has. We ended up getting one for him as well. Yeah. The Worms of Acid. We were out for a meal of a whole company normally. Alright, let's get rid of this Zweihander here. And the Sergeant at the same time, hopefully. Yeah. But I will say, in Dead Space 3, you do have a bit more mobility as a whole. I want to say Isaac and Clark both move a little bit faster, and you have more variety of weapons you can use, plus you have the shared ammo. So it normally is not an issue as much. I think that's why they kind of upped it there. Alright, we've got 2 overwhelms, so Tello should be fine. I don't have him with the shield. That's a little worrying. Yeah, you get the roll and you move a little bit faster as a whole. Fun fact, by the way, Rippy. Me and a buddy tested this. The shared ammo goes off the magazine size of the weapon. For its efficiency. It uses the same ammo no matter what to reload, for the most part. So you can... Basically, if you stack damage and clip size, it actually buffs up how much you can shoot for the same amount of ammo. I found that out when returning to Dead Space 3 one time with a buddy. It definitely can be a double-edged sword in some ways. But overall, it was normally a plus. Alright. Let's go ahead and move up here with Hamden. Honestly, I'm surprised that Lindworm fight earlier, since I was not prepared for it, went as well as it did. I don't think it's the same, like, the same when you're reloading from, like, some missing. We didn't test that. Oh, hey, look, we get free loot. We shot one of our allies there. Let's move Till up. I don't know the exact conversion. I just remember we were able to test it out with, like, the full magazine. Alright, boom, we'll take one more hit there. Get some health back after taking 2 hits. It's also been a couple years, so maybe it's something I'm just not remembering. Alright. Yeah, it's time for the bonking to begin now that our two-handers have finally moved up. Alright. Cello's actually fully health, or like fully build on fatigue there. Or I gotta say, doesn't have any built up. By the way, this is a perfect demonstration of why you don't fight the South compared to the North. The South is just wrecking face up here in comparison to what they're doing in return. Of course, you know, some of their soldiers are militia here. But still. Alright. Let's go ahead and move down and do an aim shot just all the way over here at some of the billmen. Go ahead and bonk him. It's miasma. And we lost a position, but we'll take it back. Yeah, I got your joke there. I did understand what you're saying. And yes, you are correct. Let's see. Specko can down that one, and then we'll move up over here out of the miasma. Move up and fire. Going right over his head. And they're all fleeing over there. Alright, Pepe is going to continue to move down. Sigmar will try and deal with the Bannerman. Since he regens health, I'm fine putting him on the miasma. It's not going to matter too much for him. And this should be over in a moment. We at least got a few things. We got a Zweihander. Potentially. You know, stuff like that. Alright, Catello, take the stab there. Let's go ahead and reload and fire here. Let's go ahead and finish that one off. Alright. Nice. They just rotated Zepeco out because they could. I guess he can go run at some of the others here. Alright. Boom will continue to advance. Alright, just checking everything there. Alright, and they're fleeing. Not surprising. They're on the losing side after all. And you know, some of these guys don't want to die. I don't think they're getting the option in reality, but, you know, they don't want to. So... let's go ahead and deal with you, move down, and... oh, there's a noble here. Yeah, he'll take a few with him. Maybe we can get that helmet from him. I actually would like that helmet. So if I can, I do want to get to that. I doubt we will. They're probably going to break his armor, if anything, before we get to him. But the chance is there. As long as Catello can get over there in time to fill this gap right here. Or any gap he creates, really. Alright, Clever's just going to run up. And we'll see what we can get. There's not too many of them left. Right, boom, we'll head over here. Gonna circle around. So we got an officer right there. Is that also... That is an officer. Okay. And the bowman's fleeing. Yeah, we don't see anyone else. So all of the other ones have already retreated. Let's go to move Sigmar down. Oh, you gotta take our loot. We just had to finish off the injured one that we were leaving for someone else. Alright. I'm surprised the southern cannons are actually holding fire. They are normally just... Oh, look! I could hit my allies? Sure. Alright, we missed there, but that's fine. Perfect. Okay, Tatello did make it in there. I at least want that helmet. I'm probably not gonna get it here. Of course. Alright. It'll probably give us the option to run him down, or let him retreat here in a moment. The issue with these large fights, sometimes they take a while just to get in position, because if the enemy starts a fight and it technically has you join, you start at the edge rather than your normal formation. So you actually have to run over to the fight. So let's see. Yep, okay. So what did we get? Okay, we didn't get this vibe. Good. That's annoying. We didn't actually get this Viander. I was pretty sure we get the finishing blow on it. So we just got unlucky. Would have been nice. Would have sold for a lot. But what can you do? Let's get rid of the dagger. Let's get rid of this stuff. Or the more expensive stuff. Tons in our inventory. And we'll go ahead and get rid of one of our sticks for this. And that'll be good. Alright. No level ups. I'm just giving Datello his shield. Kaboom, you get your regenerating shield. And we're back to where we were. Yeah, here you are. Arnabis is right here. And actually healed up now, so... For the most part. Let's go ahead and have him replace Till. Once again. Amira here was not so lucky. They took a blow to the head. And it nearly one-shot him. More militia there. Anyways. We'll continue fighting down there. We've got one of our arena fights. How many crowns are we paying a day? Ooh. Okay, we can't take too many days without getting paid. Let me start repairs on some of this stuff, because we're going to be selling it. Let's see. Yeah, just a little bit of a headache. From a bite from a giant, worm of acid, as Hardy put it. So, an understandable headache. But, at the same time, tough it out. and get back on the... or get it over with. Because, let's see, was that actually a severe concussion or was that a cracked skull? Yeah, severe concussion. He'll be back in, ready in no time. Kim will continue to move down here. Or, kick him. We'll move down to him here. Oh, hey, look. That's a match made in hell. Exactly. That regiment does not know what it's getting into, by the way, running at that. Oh, we can... Interesting. I didn't realize that was a recipe. Let's go ahead and consolidate our direwolf pelts here. I would never use the lindworm bones for that just because they're so annoying to get. And there's better stuff for it, but that's an interesting one. Go ahead and sell the stuff mail. At this point, not as worried about it. Let's go ahead and sell this stuff. We'll keep that for now. We'll sell the bill hooks. Don't need too many of them. We'll go ahead and sell that. I can actually start getting helmets that are very similar here. Sell the three-headed flail. Okay, so we made a decent profit. Actually, now that I think about it, well, part of the preparation is getting our Battleforged people ready for the Kraken. And the Lindworm pelts are the best attachment for Battleforged, probably. So, while we can, let's just go ahead, fight a few Lindworms. Well, I may repeat the fight a couple times to learn it better, because that one I have no idea how to fight, really. Other than some very basic tips I've heard before. I've never fought the thing, so... But yeah, these are Lindworms, by the way. Let's just go ahead and move up. Okay, we can't fire just yet. We'll have to move right here. Pepe, don't even use your throwing axes. That's just a waste of ammo. Move Barnyard right here. Barnabas, you'll move up right here. Pillow will move next to you in a moment. There. Because we don't have any high ground, I'm going to have to move up a little bit more and have a little bit different positioning from the first fight here. Because what the Bard won't be able to fire from so far back. Alright. Clever. Okay, go ahead and continue firing on this one. Go ahead and swing there. Swing there with Barnyard to move down one. This is actually kind of iffy positioning, but we can make it work. Alright, let's daze the the head there. Let's run Pepe over here. And we'll try and overwhelm. Or, not overwhelm, but, kind of breaking morale. Alright, with the Bartle fire. Go ahead and move Titello on that head there. Okay, so Pillow. We want the heads to target him. Let's move up here with Hamden and put Miasma below that one. Okay. Fire in the group. Okay, this one's almost broken. Alright. May not look too scary right now, but that's because we're very far along. And we've got a lot of damage and, you know, things that kind of swing this in our favor. Okay, so Rolfapulva takes a blow from the tail. Yeah, Pillow, rather than attacking, is just gonna have to keep taunting those to prevent them from hitting our squishier members. Hey, Jack. Come here, you. Alright. He wanted to say hi, so we'll let him say hi. Look at the camera. There you go. Kind of. Hey, bud. This one... yeah, as long as you hit every hit. Also, welcome in, Bobovich. I probably butchered that, but hey, welcome in. I'm just gonna call you Bobo. If that's okay. How you doing? But yeah, Peasant Militia with 9 lives could maybe do this early. You know, as long as you have enough bros that can actually hit the Lindworms. Because they're not slouches on melee defense. So it's a race of I think it's what, 16 bros for Militia? Hit often enough to actually down one of them. Before it goes through all 16 of them. Or, you know, you can try and break the morale by constantly getting next to them. And kind of cheese them that way. If you have, rotate, I think every time you rotate someone new in, it does, start the morale chain. Looking at it, the Lindworms apparently have fearsome too. Also, ow! Sigmar. I didn't realize he got hit to the head there. At first, that was almost very bad. Alright. There you go, bud. Cool. Alright, what the bard? Fire? Reload? Do it again next turn. Okay, good. We caused one to flee. So we'll target the others then. Let's go ahead and move back here with... Pillow... I'm trying to think. Yeah, we can taunt the head. And it'll be fine. Yeah. 9 lives, that is something you can do with it. If you really want to rush a fight early, you can do 9 lives and, like, basically just guarantee your bros will get 2 hits. Like, require 2 hits. And force, like, enemies to fatigue out in that. That one immediately recovered. Well then. That's kind of unfortunate. Alright, that's one down. Move up. Go ahead and fire right here. Fire again. Ooh. Alright. Oh, Tatello and Pillow got another veteran level. Honestly, not too bad. The damage inflicted debuff sucks here on Sigmar. What the Bard has a cut arm, which doesn't really matter. And we got scales, perfect. I think that's just enough scales for one more attachment. It's not bad at all. But yeah, 9 lives is one of those that you can actually really use effectively sometimes. Let's check this. What are we missing? Unhold pelts. Okay. So we need even more of them. Kind of. You're still giving them the stacks of rage. Which I believe for them, not only buffs damage, I think buffs melee hit chance. But it does prevent the Killing Frenzy and Berserk. At least. So it kinda does. I think we're good there. Let's go ahead and sell that since it's fully repaired. No one we want to hire here. Let's go ahead and pay to heal these injuries. Okay, that's kind of expensive. Let's see our contracts here. Okay, we'll take a normal Nomad contract. What I'll do, you know, since, oh, that was Tatello's final level, actually. It wasn't his veteran level. Not bad. Let's see. For Tatello, he's a puncture, like, we have him set up for puncture daggers. So, crippling strikes can be pretty good on certain enemies to weaken them through armor. Not gonna matter for the Kraken, but hey. Relentless is pretty good here, because he's gonna have a lot of fatigue built up. And it'll keep his initiative up. Pillow will go ahead and give you that. And what the Bard? Let's see. Yeah, that doesn't really matter for fighting. What injury did you get? Damage, right? Yes. Oh, you're not sick anymore. Well. None of the potions we have we want to give. So I can put Sigmar in reserve for a second. And let's take out a brother we need to level. We'll go with Randolph here. Let's move Zepeko over here. Do Arnabus and Pillows spread out a little bit, and we'll take this formation. But yeah, 9 lives is, if you're ever worried about a bro dying, like, technically on What the Bard, I should have it. Because he got Death Wish, I should have given it as one of his perks. Only reason I didn't is because he's a gunner. But if you ever get someone with like weakened heart, I forget what the other negative hit points are. And they were going to be nimble. You know, your option then is to, instead of giving them nimble, because they're probably going to die in one, maybe 2 hits anyways, is to give them 9 lives and give them a fighting chance later on if you did plan on keeping them. Okay, and we have an assassin. Oh, well, that's a chance for assassin gear. Well, yeah. Certain bros don't need Colossus either. Most people give it because it is technically, in most cases, the more value than most perks. Because a lot of people just focus on the stats. Yeah. That's the other thing. The higher your health pool, the less chance for injury. So, like, Colossus is kind of a reduction to getting injuries as well. And there are certain breakpoints you want to hit. Like, for me, I want to say most of my battle cores to try and have around 80 health. That way, a Berserker Flail cannot one-shot them through their helmet if they have Steel Brow. And it's not too high of a threshold to hit that, you know, you need to give them a whole lot of extra stat investment. Well, that'll be nice. That's another headshot there. Let's go ahead and deal with the Whip Bro, or the Whip Bandit here. Arnabus will charge up here. Zepeko charge up over here. But in most cases, like, if you're planning on someone being frontline, it can technically be more worth it to give them Colossus just to hit breakpoints, basically. Because Pekko's going to get overwhelmed, so we do need to go help him. Actually, yes to daggers, because you have goblins as well, which have their own late game, and they don't have the worst chance of hitting. But Berserker Flails actually do enough damage through helmets that you can be killed through armor. It's also for Chosen, because Barbarian weapons have extra damage through armor. Is it completely necessary? No. But it does help reduce RNG factor. I want to say base, like a Barbarian Mace is 60 damage, or 60% of its damage goes through armor. So it doesn't take that, like, if you take one hit before, it really doesn't take that much to have them start hitting through armor. If they get a headshot, they can still one-shot after, like, just a little bit of damage. Alright, let's move up here with Billow. Get on the assassin. I am happy he has the right face mask, by the way, because I want to take that. Go to move up with Tello. Move up right here too. Well, that's expensive, and part of it's like for early on too. You're correct there with the Southern Potions, but you'd have to, like, rather than having to do it for every fight, you can instead do that, and it does have its own benefits too. Let's go ahead and swap. You don't have a dagger, so what we'll do instead is we'll recover with you. Barnabas, you can move up. Okay, pillow, swap to dagger. We'll do that. True. I'm meaning like more expensive at gold-wise. Because you can't have infinite potions. You also are limited by basically one a city, more or less. I mean, in a perfect world, yeah, you would go with only using the potion. It's just for most of the game that's not really viable. Alright. Go ahead and swap to the sword here. Sure, take this. Let's Pekko stay there. Arnabus, you just have a... Actually, you have a net. What am I doing? Beat this up. And he's going to be too, A, exhausted, but also overwhelmed to even consider breaking out of the net. Even with his very high defenses and that. Yeah, it's more for economy. When it comes to, like, the use of Colossus for, like, preventing injuries there. Okay, he still broke through even with the overwhelm stacks. That's fine. All he's doing is preventing or slowing down the inevitable here. Not even preventing it. I like how one of them had a random shiv that we could pick up and stab with here. With Barnyard. Alright. You'll just go ahead and recover. Boom will try. And there we go. Well, again, it's for breakpoints for certain weapons. The example I brought up, even with a, say you don't have name, like we're not taking named gear into account. Yeah, please quit with the arguing, but just to give an example, you know, so it's not like I don't have facts with it. A gear and say, I want to say the max armor you can get is 300, 320. 300 being the helmet, 320 being the armor for a battle forged. A berserker flail from an orc can still one-shot the bro through without steel brow. If he's around, I think even up to 80 health potentially. If not, he's literally right on death's door and the next hit guaranteed kills. So it's just one of those things where you're preventing health thresholds. 9 lives has its purpose, but it doesn't outstrike the other survival perks due to its own downsides. But let's just agree to disagree. You know, everyone's entitled to their own way of playing and their own opinions with it. Neither's necessarily wrong either. Okay, we got the Oracle. On our side, at least. I don't know why I looked at the parts crafter there. Let's go for selling the bolts here. I'm very happy we actually got the armor, by the way. This is not bad nimble helmet. Or like, not a bad nimble helmet. Or even just high armor helmet. with very low penalties, actually, overall. Also, we got the dagger, which is nice. Detello can have a Quaddle dagger if need be. We'll keep the whips. Those could come in handy. Those may be backup weapons for bros. Okay, we have that. We have the Assassin's Hood. So we've got 2 40s that with no penalty. I have to get enough unhold pelts. I'm just doing some stuff to get some money while we head up and maybe try and end the noble or the Southern Crusade early. So because right now we're at war. I guess I could move past here. We've helped them enough. They should win. And it's only these houses down here that are fighting. So we got a few fights in with them. And then we just have to find some unholds now. Yeah, we're waging a crusade here, Rippy. Basically, these holy sites here are getting taken. Oh, I didn't realize we could actually fight them without getting a contract. Interesting. But there's 3 holy sites that you're basically fighting over. And it's essentially like a King of the Hill. You know, you control the most, determines which side wins. Doesn't really affect you so much as the cities. But, where's the 3rd one? There should be a 3rd one around here. But yeah, it's these locations right here. So we have the Ancient City, we have the Fallen Star, and I'm not seeing the final one, but there's one more location that the houses are fighting over. It's one of the endgame crises. Oh, perfect. That is exactly what I'm after. Get over here, you beautiful trolls. We need to skin you. Just a little. Just a little bit off the sides. Alright. We'll go ahead and move up. Fired the 2 shots right here. Our crossbowman doesn't have the best vision because of his helmet. Actually, I need to give him the assassin's helmet. Let's go ahead and move up right here with Arnabus. Barnard will move up right there. Zapeko, you're going to move up right here. And Randolph will wait a second because he is vulnerable. So since he can't attack, there's no reason to push up with him. Let's go ahead and move Pillow up right here and Indom. Just in case this one decides to go over here. What the Bard will move up and start firing here. And because he has crippling strikes, he'll actually be able to roll injuries earlier than normal on the unholds. Okay. We'll start targeting this one first. He does have footwork, so he can get out of this too. So we don't have to worry there. We can just reload and back up. Hey, look, they put Kaboom in position. We'll go ahead and head down there. We'll fire on the unhold right here. This one's already injured. We'll go ahead and shoot at it. And stab at it. Okay, that's not ideal. Pepe, go ahead and swap. You can move up and hit. We'll go ahead and get our health back there with Boom. And we'll go ahead and do that. Okay. Like I said, let's agree to disagree, alright? With it. Nope. There's no point in arguing and ever getting upset over it. It doesn't matter in the end, really. There's multiple ways to build bros. You can make them more disposable, or you can set them up for, like, being able to tank. There's tons of builds. Well, that's because... that is actually specifically because of how some of these bros are set up. So, what the bard there got an injury. Mainly because normally I don't think you could actually get one. With the cannon. But we have crippling strikes on him with a damage rolled cannon. And it actually gets just enough damage, he can still injure. A good example of this. Yeah, you're combat ready. You're actually fighting right now. True. Alright, we'll get that there. But like two-handers, sure, they can injure through HP. But you'll notice, like, from the daggers, we didn't get any injuries. Go ahead and fire there. But crippling strikes actually heavily reduces the amount of damage you need to do to get the injuries. It's why you're seeing so many on these. Because I believe I have it... Let me check real quick. Yeah, we have crippling strikes on Zepeco. We have it on What the Bard. And we have it on the daggers. No, we don't have it on Kaboom. I believe I just have it on Detello because of potential need for injuring, say, a warlord. And then we will also be giving it to Rolf Polvo here, or Polva. Yeah? Hey, you've been doing real good in fights, Rippy. But, a good example of this is, like, the example I always saw for crippling strikes and how much it actually matters for getting an injury is, say you take a scimitar with gash. Without, like, from a full health unhold, without crippling strikes, even if you use the gash skill, which increases or decreases the threshold needed for injuries, you still cannot injure an unhold that's full health on the first hit. We'll release the hound there just to make it a little easier. We'll stab here. So, like, there are some very important, or like, very big breakpoints that helps you get over. The dog is just, you know, vibing out. And that is Detello over there. He's just wearing, you know, a sack over his head. Upon his request. He didn't want to be seen. He just wants to be known for his dagger skills. Alright. So we'll go ahead and finish that one off. Go ahead and just swing on the last unhold. Hopefully all these drop skins. try and leave that as a last resort, so... And that's too hardy there. I try and, diffuse things first. Don't give people the benefit of doubt. Sometimes my... Well, we got 2 unhulled pelts. We got a heart, which may actually be needed. Yes. There's a few exceptions, but I, for the most part, do agree. The 2 exceptions I will make are, normally, if it's a killer on the run who's in melee, he's likely to hit the head. If you give him something like Zepeco here is a perfect example. He has killer on the run, so he has the extra chance to hit the head. We have head hunter on him, so because he's using a blunt weapon like the mace, it's likely going to get concussions right off the bat. But yeah, for the most part, I leave it to ranged characters too. Because you are correct, in most cases, they just don't have the time to get the injuries. Also, the benefit of having it on ranged characters, most of the ranged injuries reduce ranged defense and melee defense. Or health pools. So it ends up reducing the amount you actually need to do with them. Hamden here. Let's see. You already have a 40% chance to hit the head. Let's give you reach advantage. We're already going to be having to use flails, so it makes sense. And we'll continue heading up. Those unholds were amazing to find, by the way, at this point. Oh. And yeah, Rippy, normally you would be right about that, but Battle Brothers has a little bit of leeway when you get a cracked skull. It's only a severe debilitation of, like... Okay, hold on. Time to run. I don't feel like wasting my time with noble companies when I'm not being paid to do so. Alright, we'll head up here. But, what's it called? Severe concussion, for instance, is only 50% reduction to everything. Yes. Blunt weapons have a lot of stamina injuries, and they have severe concussion. And cracked skull. Bladed weapons almost exclusively do some form of HP. Or, I want to say some of the other injuries you get are reducing damage directly. Well, this is true, but you're also reducing their initiative by 50%, so they don't get their turn back. So if they already took their turn, they're likely not getting it again. And it sets up for killing them easier more so. Honestly, the enemies will hit if they want to hit. I do agree there. But it's more for the other things. Really, like reducing their turns that they'll get and making them easier to kill. Let's see, well, he's not injured anymore. I want to say it also reduces vision. So if they have a polearm or something, they can't target like the low health bro and get that final hit as easily. Yeah, there's just nothing here. So yeah, absolutely no one. What's this? You want us to go get heads? Sure. It's a long patrol, but I can go to a camp in between. I do kind of want to go get some barbarian camps out of the way. We'll just go to the turned over stones here. Let's see, Sigmar has no injuries. Look at that armor, by the way. 405 for the body. And 275 for the head. Sure, not the best, but I haven't replaced his helmet yet. So that could actually get much higher. Actually, in fact, where is the... Yeah, this is better. It's not too bad on the stamp or the penalties. Doesn't look as cool. Well, actually, it's not really better. We'll do that. Where's the assassin? You're actually using a cannon, so you will use that, and then we'll throw that to you. Clicked on him, but it didn't swap over. There we go. There. And now, he can actually see farther than right in front of him. Quick Hands has its uses. On some bros, it is very useful. On others, not so much. It all depends. I'm not someone who likes using the same build for every bro either. I say as I kind of build the same bro in multiple ways a lot of the times, but I try not to. But Quick Hands works best, in my opinion, if A, it's, you know, fatigue neutral, sure, there's an argument there. Or, if you plan on having them have something like bags and belts. Yeah, it's not fatigue friendly, sure. Or fatigue neutral. The reason for that is to swap to a reach weapon. And still swing. That too. That may also be true. I was just dancing around that part. Alright, let's go ahead and position. We've got a good choke point right here. So what we'll do is we'll move up and make them fight us here. Oh. There are nachos, though they're not the dangerous kind, so far as we've seen. So let's move our bros up in a line here. Tella will cover this side. We'll go ahead and move right here. Let's see, Arnabas, you can hold this position. And to be fair, it's always fighting time. It just sometimes takes a little bit to get to the fights. We'll actually send Pillow up on this side. And What the Bard will stay here. And Clever will move up over there. Hamden's fine where he is. Go to Whoa, why are we running? Yeah, the Warhammer... Honestly, all the named weapons look super good. I love the named weapons looks. Yeah. Well, yeah. The thing is with Recover, yes, you're spending 9 action points. Sure. But you're allowing yourself multiple turns, ideally. That's why... Actually, funny enough, that...
I'm dandy. I just need...
Maybe a little.
water.
How about coffee instead? But, that's why, like, fatigue neutrals kind of started taking over what people consider the meta. Thank you, Rippy. We'll do it right after this fight. Because rather than requiring, you know, recover on a brother with, yeah, well, there's a few things that you really need recover for. Certain fights like the Kraken where you're having to move through a bog constantly, recover is actually almost necessary. Because you're constantly having to A, break out of the tentacle, and B, you are having to deal with the terrain itself.
Remind yourself that overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer.
Oh, trust me, we're not overconfident here. Not anymore. That was beaten out of us by, let's see, probably the Lindworms we got right at the start of one of the, stream starts. Alright, we'll actually move right here and protect what the Bard. We'll deal with that Nacho. Well, that too. You know, there's been multiple points where overconfidence has been lost. Perfect. We dealt with one Nacho, nearly killed the other. Well, yeah. But if you're trying to go on, say, Anatomist like I am... Yeah, that's the other thing. Orc weapons are a very big needer of recover because otherwise they can't swing. Exactly. But another example of a legendary location where, like, recover's not required, but it definitely helps, is stuff like the library. In normal fights, you know, stuff like Webernack or Webernecks can technically be helped with it. I still love that I have that. I like it as the bullet pings off the armor there. But yeah, like orc weapon builds especially require recover. Lone wolf builds normally benefit from it if they are a like you get surrounded by 6 people build with either the flail or say like a, I don't like using the man splitter, but a lot of people do for that. I've looked for that. I have not found one. I might have to make one myself for that one. I've been looking to try and use that for, like, the raid alert. Well, did you eat yours earlier, Hardy? I know you said you were making them. Yeah. There's a few fights where, like, recover... It's heavily, turns how the fight will play out. From, like, you're kind of just barely getting through it to being able to, like, more consistently do it. Just saving some energy for the, like, tomorrow, right, Hardy? It's not called energy saving mode for no reason. Alright. Kinda want that Fallen Hero's helmet. Because we're not out of Fallen Hero gear. So, you know, it's not a downgrade to use. I'll go on fire here. Even though it could hit boom. Fire again there. Clever will finish off the zombie we didn't kill. And injure the Nacho. get a stab in here. True. That kind of could work. The issue is you're still having to deal with the enemies. And you can get bogged down. And also, you want to build, like, ideally, you're not just building for this single location, at least in my opinion. You're building for a few at a time. As well as, you know, being able to fight normally. Even though most fights aren't the hardest, to be honest with you. I kind of want this helmet, too, actually. I know I just swung at him. But I kind of want that helmet. Yeah. Like, it's... Technically, that's how you... Well, you would... I don't know the exact speed run for, like, stuff like the library. But that's kind of how you handle it for... Like, if you're trying to speed run a location, is you just build solely for that location. And you're just trying to, like, get there to that point. But, like, if you're just deciding, hey, I feel comfortable with it, let's go do the legendary location, changes things. And how you, look at them. We'll still move on the gas here, and we'll do this. So it really depends on how you're going about it. If you already have a plan in mind and that's the only goal, yeah, that works entirely. Like, there's no real downside. You're not wrong, Hardy. I hate to say it, but you're not wrong. I mean, actually... Okay, well, I damaged the helmet. That one's lost me. I did do the reliquary. Not, you know, after... Well, did it twice after a crash. In air quotes there. Wonder what caused it. Yeah, that is also true. Part of that's me testing it. I haven't gotten to play around with that place enough to know exactly what I need for my own builds, at least. Alright. Clever does have a dagger. Let's go ahead and swap to that and start heading over to... his armor's already dented. Let's head over here and help out on this side. Bullseye depends. For instance, I have it on Clever, but that's because Clever is being built as a Necromancer / Hexen sniper. So for him, since the Hexen or the like the Necromancer always have a guard, yeah. Yes. But, like, in certain scenarios, it works, but on normal range builds,
Good day, I'm Bob the Necromancer, and today we're doing an unboxing.
Yeah, we need to put a stop to those unboxings. We did it once, but apparently he's still running around. But, yeah, Pepe may need a little help there. Let's do that real quick. Bonk the undead back into the grave. They'll try there. But yeah, like, for instance, what the bard here? No bullseye because he's a cannoneer. It doesn't matter with him. Crossbows are most of the time the same way. Where you're firing close enough with clear line of sight. And even if you don't, they do enough damage that the penalty you get for not hitting the right target isn't so bad. But, like, if you're doing a build like Clever Ever, who is specifically made to, go hunt down a Hexen and shoot at them, because the Hexen always keep a guard for themselves or keep in a group, I do have Bullseye. Also for Necromancer, so you don't keep hitting the fallen heroes, in front of them. And you actually hit your target. Wait. Oh, Pepe dead. No, struck down. Perfect. Let's go ahead and do this. Let's see. For the farmer, old tricks still in the game. Certain events can only proc once. So I'm not sure with that one. I would have to look it up. The other thing is, like, you know, there's always a random chance, and certain events have higher priority, so you could just be getting very unlucky. I'm not quite sure still, because, like, there are some events that I know are in the game, but I still haven't not gotten. For instance, the Old Guard event. I have never received that event. And I have tried to actually go out of my way to get it. So some are just... You just didn't roll the dice, basically. The right way. Alright. Let's go ahead and continue. We're fatigued out here, so we can't really move and attack. We'll go to bonk that one. Oh, is it level 2 or lower? Okay. I want to say you... For that event, don't you also have to have certain backgrounds that will give it to him? Or is it the, Is it the one where he realizes the pitchfork is similar? Or it's similar enough to use the pitchfork? For combat as it is for, like, farming. I'm trying to think of which event that is specifically. Okay, nice. We got the injury there. Clever did not finish him off. Ooh, wait, there. I should recover here. There we go. We'll move Arnabus nearby. We're gonna let them get their fatigue back so they can rotate. I think that one's just very low chance, and as Hardy said, it does have to be low level. But it's always a chance. Like, I know a good instance is, at least on stream it feels like, I can almost never... Quit eating! I just want to kill you. You're making it difficult. But, the Crystal Skull event is one of those that I just seem to never have luck. When I started streaming this game, I just cannot get it to proc. Compared to what I used to get, which was every run. So some's just chance. Debatably. I mean, it depends on how much you want to min-max a character. Oh! Speaking of min-maxing a character. Good job, Pepe. You got a buff from your injury. At least in my opinion. Oh, look, and we got brains to go with it. There is a bro available behemoth. Also, welcome in. We've still got actually quite a few pros available. Let me see. Let me just get the loot here real quick while we're in this. I'll go ahead and toss that. And we'll grab this. Oh, We can toss that for the teeth. Alright, let's see. Hey, that just makes sense. Okay, so we have a good amount of bros named, but we have Hamden here, who is going to be one of our witch seekers. He's probably gonna stick around. He's not the best, but he's good. So we have them. We have our new assassin here. Oh, okay. Alright, we can give you Hamden. You'll be getting the unique flail, by the way, too. Just make sure I spelled that right. Nope. Put the E or the M too early. There we go. Spinning a little bit, alright? Stream-wise. Let's go ahead and level up Randolph here. He's gonna be just a health tank. Hardy, bags and belts, unless you use two-handed, does not give penalty. That's one of the benefits of it. It does not apply for, what, two-handeds, I think it is? Yes. Two-handed specifically are excluded. Just like for quick hands, shields are excluded. I wonder why that is. It could be those were originally the metas. Let's see. But yeah, bags and belts is actually a pretty good one. Well, you're probably thinking of these two together because that was a change they made specifically. Because originally, you would have people with bags and belts and quick hands on most bros. Because what you would do is on every bro, you would keep a shield in their back pocket with bags and belts. And say like you swing a two-hander. End of your turn, you swap with quick hand. And put that shield on instead for the more defense. And they got tired of the metagamey, or like the Power Max like playstyle there with that one. So they axed it. Let's go ahead and give you Steel Brow. Because you're going to be a health tank. Probably not going to have the highest melee defense. I want to get every bit out of you. Alright. Clever Ever. Let's see. Oh yeah, a good example of a brother I didn't need to give Colossus to, by the way. Bobo is actually this character. He's a ranged character, but also he started with high health. So he doesn't really need the Colossus. We've only put like 1 or 2 levels in, so it's worth it there. But how much is Colossus? 25%. So like Randolph here is a very big recipient. Same with Boom because he's nimble. Not like trying to bring up the argument or anything, just showing off like some of the reasoning with it. But like it can give a lot. It's not useful on everyone though. It really just depends. Roll for Polvo here, or Polva. We're gonna have Hybrid. Yeah. Actually, I need a little bit more fatigue, or resolve on you. Also, by the way, this is another event I don't normally have trigger. Rolf is a former crusader who was crucified. He got lucky we stumbled upon him. I actually rarely ever get that event. Let's go ahead and just give Behemoth here the free armor attachment. Maybe. Let's just say the Northerners didn't take too kindly to him agreeing with the South in their strange gold-worshipping ways. He's just lucky we stumbled upon him. It was earlier, Hardy. You may have been out at the time, but I decided since, you know, I did refund you the points, but since we swapped games there, I just decided, hey, why not? We got the Crusader here, and it was perfect timing, and I was like, why? I won't say no, and it still gets it. I agree. Adrenaline has its uses, but I don't find it super useful because of the fatigue penalty you get. I need to update that. Like, I need to get Kiki to give me a slightly better picture. But that's so close to her sassy face. That she used to do when she was a kitten. I just couldn't help myself make it an emote. Honestly, also with the bags and belts thing, Bobobo, I feel like too many players sleep on it. Like, sleep on using bags and belts. I will spend one of our unhold pelts for now. Because I do need to get 2 more anyways, I think. If we do that. Also, we got most of the heads we needed out of that undead fight. I didn't even pay attention to that. I completely forgot we were on a mission here. Those barbarians don't know what's coming for them. They're covering for these guys. Yeah. That is fair. We're about to sell stuff right here. We need to offload most of this. Honestly, I kind of want to sell some of these bones here for more money.
Lamp oil, rope, bombs. You want it? It's yours, my friend. As long as you have enough rubies.
Actually,
Sorry,
there's a
Link.
specific
I
use
can't
that
give
I use
credit.
it for normally.
Come back when you're a little.
It is to reach
richer.
perks, or get earlier to late game perks, without actually spending a true point, because it refunds itself. So it can technically allow you to, like, I could skip one of these tiers. I also use it just because I want to get certain pros leveled up quicker. And I will feed them kills, so this helps speed that up. Early on, it's definitely a detriment, because you're skipping out on power. But because it refunds itself at the end, you don't lose anything, and it can help out. But, like, let me see if I have a bro that's a good example of it. Right here. I took student, I'm pretty sure, to skip these tiers. True. But, like, this allows us to skip the tiers and get Pepe a little bit higher. Since we don't necessarily need some of these perks on him. And we want to get up here for, say, I think I'm going to give him Berserk. We'll probably grab our cover still, but it's kind of a stopgap in some cases. Oh, here, what the Bard is also an okay example, where you just, like, use it to skip up to something and get more of the high tier stuff. Let's see. It depends with that one. If you're trying to get the most melee defense out of a character, there is a point to it. Because you can do something like give them a hyena pelt, give them brawny, have them in heavy armor still, and it will raise their melee defense enough. I don't do it very often, but there's a few scenarios. The other option is if you get a bro with just super high initiative, but their like their fatigue or something else, like their health wouldn't allow them to make use of it. You can use it there to kind of get some use out of them. But it depends. Gerald the Fencer is very tempting here. I really should just head back and turn in the contract, though, so I can get my money and actually be able to buy people. Yeah, exactly. That's one of the cases, one of the few cases I'd use it, because you give them a hyena pelt. Dodge is 15%. So the hyena pelt's like, oh. That's actually kind of a downside here. Yeah, it is on Rippe. It was like that's kind of the point they imply though with Dead Space 3. Is like they're kind of trying to sell you on it's all pointless in a sense. Or at least they try and sell you on, is it really worth doing? More so. Oh. Let's see. Pepe, you can go ahead and sit out a fight. We'll bring back in Amira here, who's one of our cannoneers. Oh. Let's get paid. Should be actually really good pay here. Should be like 2,300. Give or take. Actually, it'll be 2,100 and something. I think. Oh, not even. Jeez. Oh, that was if I had full heads, it would have been. I was thinking with 25, not 24 there. Alright. And honestly, I can go ahead and sell the Kettle Helm of Mail here. And the Decaying Coat here. I kind of need to just buy some upgrades. So let's see, what can we get? None of these are upgrades, so we'll have to leave it here. What else do we have? Anyone we want to put money on, and we'll go ahead and do the veterans lessons on Behemoth here. Yeah, dodge is useful, but it's depending. For instance, technically, Pillow over here, it's extremely useful because we have the Fallen Soldier on him. So actually, I should have given it to him. Because that would give him a sizable boost with his initiative here. would have been basically like 15 melee defense that we could just sit at 0 fatigue after recover. And like just let him tank everything, because misses or hits don't apply the fatigue. So on mutants, there's a huge reason to do it, because you're actually going to keep that for multiple hits. But on normal bros, it depends. If you're fine with just, you know, maybe preventing one extra hit, it can be useful, and it's more often. Well, to be honest, for me, I don't care as much about fatigue friendliness. I just do whatever I feel like. There is one other benefit with two-handeds that make Killing Frenzy and Berserk good together. And that's if you're using reach advantage and you're using the cleaves, you can build up more melee defense up to, I think, 30%. If you hit, like, 3 every time with, say, like this one, for instance, or any of the ones that hit 3. Because, let's see, stacks up to 5 times, yeah. So, on reach weapons with this, or say like the hammer here, there's a reason to use it. I have Killing Frenzy here on Zepeco because I, you know, have recover already on him, because he has Warhorn. He's technically the backup sergeant. So there's a few uses for it. Pretty much. Dead Space 3, the best way to put it is Cosmic Horror, like, as its whole theme. Guardians keep to the southwest of Grunfest. That could be worth it, actually. Yeah. The other thing with Killing Frenzy is... well, it's what it is with... well, against unholds, it actually has purpose late game where you get enough unholds that you're likely to hit 2. At least, every now and then. But like, say, with one of the other very common endgame fights of Barbarian Chosen, what you're trying to do with Killing Frenzy and Berserk is swing the fight in your favor. Early enough, you can prevent injury, you can prevent damage, or a chance of losing a bro. So it's momentum. You're trying to get kills early enough to reduce damage and everything. A good example of this would actually, theoretically, be something like the Black Monolith, where you're trying to kill a bunch of enemies. Like, it's one of the legendary locations with a lot of enemies. The other thing is to hit with the two-hander, and then run at your actual target. So you basically break through. Say like you kill with one guy, one guy with a shield that's holding you out, and right behind him's the polearm user, but it's like 2 tiles away behind, or something like that. We stopped here, by the way, for ammunition. I realized I was running low. I also realized I didn't take the stretch break. So, real quick, just give me one moment, everyone. We're going to take just a quick break so I can get up and stretch, and I'm actually going to go use the restroom. I'm going to play just like 1 minute ad during it to disable pre-rolls in case anyone has to reload in the meantime. So we will be right back in just a minute. Now we'll see everyone then. Alright, and we're back. Okay, camera's good. Let me just pull the game back up. And there we go. Yeah, that's the other... That is the other, use. I was actually gonna bring that up. I just thought about it. What's it called? Berserk allows you to recover on duelists after swinging. So if you know you're gonna kill someone in one hit, but you're about to have to recover, you can swing and then recover after, and still like get rid of the target. So Berserk has a couple very good units, and yes, I actually agree with bucklers. The only other thing with bucklers is the low health bow, to where if you're not careful in certain fights, the bucklers will break too early. Alright, yeah, we'll go ahead and head in. Actually, against orcs is a perfect example. Even with shield specialists, the orc axes will basically break them immediately. But otherwise, yeah, bucklers are actually very good in my opinion. The other thing is, if you have a pro who is going to be a duelist, but you want the option of giving him a little bit of melee defense in situation, it can be good. I mean, true. It depends on how you want to use them. Like, for someone who's just, like, needing to get up there or survive an extra hit, or at least prevent an extra hit, yeah, I agree. Or if you have a bro who maybe wants the little bit of extra melee defense but doesn't have the stamina, especially early on, there is a huge reason to use a buckler. But against, like, orcs or on a mammoth, you don't want a buckler simply because you don't have enough health to get the full use out of them. Alright. We'll just have Pillow go up here. The other downside to a buckler is you can't get a named variant. So they fall off later on, because named heater shields give, you know, upward almost 30 melee defense in some cases. Alright, we at least got the miasma and the morale check. I should be waiting here after attacking for every character moving before the orcs, but I don't care enough. Honestly, I am the same way with the Berserker Flail. I wish there was a named variant, because I love the look of the thing, and the fact you're just swinging around it like a big-ass chain. I really wish there was a named variant of all the orc weapons, rather than just, you know, the cleaver, the axe. Though I understand why they don't with the manslaughter. The manslaughter already competes with the other named weapons in damage. Yeah, Rapey. They're orcs. Just the young, but, well, you gotta start somewhere. That's the other benefit of Bullseye I am noticing. I can actually take shots with Clever through my brothers.
Come here, I'm gonna eat you!
Technically not wrong with the work. True. But I'm meaning, like, for partially the purposes of also getting the named weapons for the bounty hunter. I do love the orc weapons have their own unique names. Let's go ahead and do that. That one's gonna run, but, you know, if we can get a kill on him, I'm not gonna say no. Okay, fine, you can't shoot from back there. Can't let one get away. There we go. There. And to be fair, you can get named choppers. What do we have here? Someone willing to join the cause? Otto the Survivor, a disowned noble for free. Okay, your morale sucks. You're basically just a health tank to me. But we'll see how you turn out. That's not even worth taking there. Even though I need to fix that, that is not worth taking. That one is 3 I'm fine with. You know what? We'll leave you at 69 melee. Get some more health. But yeah, like right here. I don't use either normally. There's a few exceptions. Clever Ever, who I'm gonna be taking a lot of low chance to hit shots, sure. And on Dagger Bros, early on, especially for peeling armor, I will sometimes take Backstabber. But I feel like Backstabber is one of those you don't really need to take the final, or take it. Simply because, in most cases, it doesn't really matter. It depends, though. So yeah, let's take... Yeah, Colossus right here, giving 15 at least. And we can go ahead and fix that morale. Grab... We'll grab that. We'll put him up to 72 here. There we go. He's actually usable now. At least kind of. That resolve is still trash. I have both on Clever. Just to try and limit the amount of arrows he needs. So for Clever, for instance, because he's specifically going after Necromancers and Hexen, we have Fast Adaptation, Bullseye. We do have Overwhelm for normal archers or archery stuff. Oh, I forgot Headhunter. Oh well. I forgot to put that. We had Fearsome just for breaking. And we did put Dagger Specialist here to benefit from the Overwhelm. Gifted just for the more range. Mainly for early on. But actually I have one slot open to him. Actually, let's give you Poison. Bleed and Poison arrows. I prefer gifted only on certain brothers. Mainly ranged or brothers I'm trying to fix. Because range, you just want as much range as possible in most cases to actually hit. And, well, like, you know, the Disowned Noble there, I'm not sure he's going to turn out well, so I'll just give it to him. And make sure I can use him. Because being honest, I'm not expecting him to get to veteran levels where gifted really loses its uses. Well, like I said, with range, you just want as much as possible. Because, unlike with the melee bros, where after a certain point you don't need to give them melee, the more range you have just extends how far you can effectively shoot. And actually get your hits every time. So it's more of to save ammo and everything. And they don't have as many perks they normally need. Definitely worth it to buy those furs. Let's buy the tools and ammunition. We'll sell the orc shields here. I am quickly running out of space because of all my potions. I need just 2 unhulled belts, so if I can, I want to go get those. Let's go ahead and sell all the loot. Like, we'll just sell everything. Screw it. I could repair it. I don't care enough. Let's do this. We'll even sell the polos. Strange meat can go. Let's buy actual food. And we have enough money for a little bit. The issue with Lone Wolf is I don't like always have... I should have taken Lone Wolf on Clever, actually. Because he is going to be running up. I completely forgot about that when building him. But, the reason I don't have Lone Wolf on as many of the brothers is because I do like having them somewhat safe. So, like, Clever... I do normally have, like, right behind the back line. To be, like, able to take on early or far-range shots. So I'm not hitting my own brothers, and for the purposes of not having, you know, them get swarmed in certain fights. So it really depends. Because he doesn't have, like, insane melee defense or anything to make use of. The main thing is I just forgot about it, and honestly, if I do the library, I might re-roll some of his perks there. And fix them up a little bit better. Like I said, I don't, you know, use preset builds. I just kind of eyeball it. Results in me sometimes forgetting stuff. But more fun that way. That's the southwest, actually, so we don't want to take it. Let's see. Is this to the north? It is. I have more of a chance of finding unholds up to the north. True. That's why, like, for Clever, if, oh wait, follow the tracks. We got our package stolen. Really? I guess it'll give us some more money. The lack of backup is just, you know, planning in case something goes wrong. Or, like, planning around not having him be backed up. And actually for dual... That's kind of why I picked, Overwhelm as well. On him, since he's meant to be a Necromancer / Witch Hunter. Is if a single zombie gets on him, Lone Wolf doesn't make it any easier than it would normally because we have Overwhelm, so we're just gonna sit there and swing 3 times with a dagger and call it a day. Alright. Barnabas, you're just gonna run up and down here. Barnyard, move up. Yeah. That's the other thing. If you do the library, you can actually relearn perk. Also, this is a case of the benefit of having Berserk, even if you're not going to be able to attack. I could still move with Sepeko and, you know, shift over to hit this guy soon. So it's positioning as well as damage, in my opinion. Just one of those things you can do. Alright. So what the Bard can actually move up, or shoot right here, and get a couple hits. Oh, he can actually move and shoot because I didn't shoot previously. Okay, that works for me. Didn't get anything, but hey. An attempt was made. Good job, Tatello. I mean, I'm using that as like a situation, not so much the actual... Thugs aren't the best demonstration, but it can show a situation. Kind of deal. Yeah. Lone Wolf has some very, very strong uses, though. Technically, Pillow should actually have it since he's a mammoth, because in certain legendary locations, what we're going to be doing with him, more than likely, is moving him away from everyone else. And just having him tank and hold off enemies. It's just, you know, in most situations, you're not doing anything with it. Whatever. I don't even care about the extra loot. We probably won't get anything from him anyways. Just do this. Actually, it'll auto-loot everything anyways. Hey. He lived through most of the attempts at him. Alright, we get our delivery. Let's just go ahead and offload our stuff. Expensive tools here. May actually have a good contract here, though. Shouldn't have sold that cloth. Hey. Taking up space that's worth... or a worthwhile weapon could take. I'll only keep one of the Linderworm bones around. Let's see... Sell those, sell that. I can sell one of these helmets. I'm probably only ever going to need one. Keep the fighting spear in case I make a spear bro out of someone. I really want to get a fencer going. We got this amazing fencing sword, but I just don't have a bro who could use it effectively. Oh, shield. Right. There we go. Okay, let's check 3 skull first. Okay. Go ahead and get the patrol here. Terrorized, actually, I think means we'll probably get unholds here. So let's look. Actually... Technically, that fortified barbarian hut is an option. Well, then you're losing out on some extra perks, though. And the fatigue early on. But it's more the synergy there. Okay, yes. This is going to be rough. This is going to be extremely rough. But I need my own help. Unhold helps. And I'm not patient enough to wait for them to show up. So let's see here. Anyone with quick hands gets a net. Anyone who has an extra space and doesn't need the fatigue gets a net. Pillow has recover. Yeah, we'll do that. You're going to be in the back line, so you get a net. But the bard, you get 2 nets. And everyone else is good, I think. Go ahead and give you a stick. And a whip. Alright. Oh, also I need to give that direwolf belt to someone's armor. Vitello. You were gonna get it, I think. Yep. Robes of Divination. Take the pelt. Yeah, but it's more... You're kind of... Like, you want the initial fatigue with the duelists. And two-handeds do take up a significant enough amount. I don't know if it's necessarily worth it there. Alright, let's wait here for a moment and see what if the barbarians surround Pillow. We're putting him right here to try and fix, or like force their formation into a certain position. What the bard can go ahead and move up and fire. Detello, you can move up and stab away at him. Okay. Also, one other use for Clever I have is trying to snipe the beastmen. Or the beast keepers here. Because if I can snipe them, these unholds are going to start wailing on them. Alright. You fire on the Chosen. There's just certain fights where it's useful. I actually don't get recover that much anymore, to be honest. Unless it's certain weapons, or I'm planning around certain legendary locations. I try to not worry about it. Because I kind of am in the same opinion in some ways. Let's see. Let's move you down here. We have the cannon loaded, so let's now reload the crossbow. We don't have a good shot on anyone. That won't hit our own bros, so we'll aim here. Trying to hit him. And we'll move over one. Okay, so the unhold's probably going to go on pillows, so what we'll do... Go ahead and immobilize them. Zepeko, I kind of want right here. Right, yeah. Unholds are waiting for their orders. Oh, this one's already broken out. Perfect. Yep, they've already forgotten. Perfect, perfect. Alright, let's wait here till they start surrounding us. I was hoping for that final hit to break them. Ooh. Don't you just love it when the Beastmasters forget their job and just make the fight infinitely easier? Alright. You two, quit it. There we go. Okay. Let's go ahead. Yeah, we'll just swing twice here. Alright. Let's go ahead and do this. Break his nose. We actually need to move Barnyard up here. Come on. Okay, perfect. Another headshot. Good, he's fleeing. What the Bard you can fire. And you'll release a Hound if you can. Can't. Well, Hardy, it's for the armor pen. It's trying to get the injuries early. Before this starts happening. Where they use adrenaline and just keep trying to steamroll. I've also done double shot cannon. which I may still do with one of these brothers, like What the Bard. That would be funny, but I would be disappointed if the music ended, because I love this soundtrack. And also, Rippy, the reason it goes so hard is because this game has some of the best music I've heard in a long time. Alright, let's go to net view for Zepeco. Alright. You can go ahead and take a crossbow bolt. I'm wondering if I want to go ahead. Yeah, let's go ahead and have Clever move up over here. Yeah, exactly. But, this game has, like, a perfect soundtrack. That would be funny. Of the sergeant, rather than just being a normal melee guy, is a bard in the back just drumming away. Just dictating the beat of the fight, quite literally. Come on, Zepeco. You can normally hit pretty well here. Okay, Arnabus, you took a hit, but that actually just moved you out of the way for a crossbow shot into the unhold. Okay, he broke out. Good. Kaboom's gonna take a bit of damage, but, you know, he's also got the Lindworm potion, so it helps him in some ways. Pillow, you're gonna move up. You're gonna end Dom. That'll prevent the unhold from surrounding Kaboom. And keep it in place here. We'll have to recover on Tello, but that'll be worth it there. You're just trying to stab through the Unhold's armor right now. There we go. Okay, that Chosen's nearly broken. Go ahead and fire right there. Good, he's playing. Just like slogging away. I can see it. Barnabas, you're actually going to move down over here. There we go. Okay, we can't move and shoot there, so we'll just move. We'll fire the crossbows through the armor here. Hey, look, the Beast Master here is getting his comeuppance. The troll has moved towards him. Alright, Tello. Go ahead and recover here. This is what he gets for not doing his job. He really should. It's an important one for them. Alright. With Bard fire once again. And oh yeah, the Unhold's right here. It just is kind of buggy. With the positioning there. Let's go ahead and bonk you and get the miasma back there. Let's actually wait here till we can stagger him. The Pekka will bonk him in the forehead and let the gas deal with him. Hamden's still, or Behemoth, sorry, is still alive. So it works out. Oh, you don't have enough fatigue. Alright. Well, you can just wait then. Alright. This did not kill. Okay, good. Zapeko did land the hit on the fleeing one. So let's move up here with Kaboom. And we'll just attack twice. I would love that. Or it's like a true barbarian origin where you get only the barbarian, like, style characters. I do agree with that, Hardy. We need an orc campaign. Orc and goblins. I want to play as the little green bastards and just sit there in the forest going, what you gonna do about it? You aren't catching us. You aren't doing anything over here to us. Alright, go ahead and surround the Chosen here. Alright. The Unhold is barely scratched, but we should be fine here to just take some shots with Clever. I really need you to hit. Thank you. Phil's gonna taunt there to actually save him. We'll keep firing on the Unholds.
We are experiencing technical difficulties. Please stay tuned.
Thank you, thank you.
Are we all clear? Okay, we're all clear. Great. All right, hit the red button.
No, not that button!
Where you just eat everything. The final goal is to become the true Nacho King. Just a very beefy big Nacho. That would be hilarious, honestly. The feast lasts between fights and everything. Hey, some disguises are very good, alright? You don't even know even with one. Why? I could be just two nachos in a trench coat, for all you know. Oh, that's what's going on over here. Well then. He's still facing the repercussions over there. Alright, Behemoth, you can back up a little bit more. Go ahead and get the stagger there. Let's move up. There we go. Well, Randolph is dead. Good thing they didn't get a name. They just bled out unceremoniously. It happens. Alright, you. Let's go ahead and have Pillow go run up there and deal with the other Unhold. Zapeko will bonk him, giving him a severe concussion. Let's see. Yeah, we can kill him with Barnyard. Why not? Clever will fire on the Unhold. Behemoth will bonk it. We'll fire with Mira there. Barnabas, bonk it as well. I misjudged how much health they had. Who was that? Let's see. Behemoth, you'll get a rename. That's my bad. I did not think that was gonna happen there with the health you had. Rip. Oh, I need to go get a new image. Let's go ahead and move Zepeco up here. Yeah, let's go ahead and do this. You know, armored unholds. A little bit stronger than normal. Well, that was one of those scenarios where I just wasn't thinking I was in danger, and I very much was. Alright, Barner to move up. Alright, and we'll just run up over here to help support. Probably should have pulled Sigmar in actually for this fight. I just realized I did have him on the bench for this. Or I could have replaced Randolph with him, and would have been a little bit better. Alright. Boom, you're gonna swap your dagger in a moment. I mean, there is the chance for death just out of the blue. So there's definitely an argument there. Sometimes you just catch a stray bullet, basically. Alright, Clever, you can move over here. Or, you know, you have something like that happen. Alright. Enough of you. Let's go ahead and swap our dagger here. What he didn't plan on is being overwhelmed into oblivion. And there we go. Run it down. Cut away at it. Slowly but surely. It'll die eventually. Alright. Well. Oh yeah, you'll get the thick white fur. I don't think we get the right unhold pelts up here. Well, I do have to go down then. Definitely don't want to lose most of our stuff here. Yeah, Behemoth will give you another named character. We'll probably make you the other Cannoneer. How good is this armor compared to... This has more fatigue penalty, but it's basically the same thing. No. To the little brother part. Also, hey, Darren 66 or 69K. How's it going? let's see. We're just getting prepared here with the... or for the Kraken here. Let's just keep the wooden skirmisher shield rather than a buckler, because it is better in most ways. Ammunition or money? Money. Oh. Oh, thank you for the follow, Bo. Glad you're enjoying. At least enough to follow. Alright. Let's real quick do this. But thank you so much, seriously. Alright. Yeah, Amira here. We'll go ahead and get Behemoth's neck. There we go. Since they haven't been named for all that long. Okay. Clearly we can't mess around when leveling people again. Let's go ahead and level you. I kind of want to get a couple more range bros for certain fights, so leveling a few people early on is really good. Well, not right early on, but you know what I mean. At this point. Alright. Let me... He will probably actually... I could do that with him. Because he's gonna be having just enough fatigue, I think, for that, and he's not gonna be any, like, hybrid, probably. And he should get the range defense for that. So, yeah, we can do that. With unit here. Let's go ahead and give him the bone plating on his armor. See, that's just normal occult rogue, so doesn't need to be given to someone, but... Think this is enough potions? And enough prepared supplies here? Really? Wait, what? You find Sigmar staring into the Grand Diviner's flail. The glassy bulb is filled with mist, and the sellsword is racking his tongue to suck up the condensation. Hands to his sword, you ask what he's doing. The man freezes. His eyes open and he jerks back like a man snorting, awake knowing he's late for work. What the park? How did I was sleeping. When? At the park? Some other men have said the weapon has been murmuring when nobody's looking, and it seems every so often it does capture someone's ear. I have not. But I hear it's probably pretty good, since it takes one hit. Why was Sigmar licking the flail? I don't imagine the miasma tastes very good. Though I could be mistaken. Maybe it just has that spice, you know, that you need. I guess Otto will be the next user of it. True. Alright. Otto will go ahead and have you wear that for now. That is a very interesting event. Let's see. Does the bone plating have a fatigue penalty, actually, now that I think about it? It does not. So, yeah, it... On Honestly, I wouldn't do it on tatters, actually. I would do it on... Where is it? Something like the Undertaker's apron, because it has just enough, armor. You know, you can take one extra hit afterwards from, like, a dagger. Just really get that min-max for the, armor value. For no fatigue. Well, you know what? At least they didn't die for nothing. Got some decent money out of it. Let's go ahead and just keep the one thick plate armor. Let's see. Honestly, I was thinking about maybe attaching one of our Linderworm pieces to it. No, that's a waste. Let's go ahead and sell that. Honestly, could do with a little bit more inventory. Do they have a festival going on? No. Okay. I was thinking if I should sell the parts here. Oh. So Wednesday, Hardy, I'm going to start the hardcore run for Dead Space 2, I think. Otherwise, if you have any suggestions, you know, I'm always open to them, and we can queue them up if anything. Honestly, that hardcore run probably won't take too long. But, you know. Let's go and sell the Wanderer's coat. I don't need that by this point. Cult of the Lamb. That could mean that one of the next long games, sure. I have been meaning to go to it. Probably pretty good, actually, Bovo. Because you can load both crossbows, you have pretty high damage early on. There is no way I can afford this armor, by the way, and this is near max roll. This is a shame. By the way. No. That would be constant restarts, Rippy. I actually like Dead Space 3. Mainly because I liked the messing with the fun weapons. Okay, I gotta stop staring at that. It's just gonna bug me I can't get that armor. For those who maybe are on the phone and can't read that armor value, that was a 387 piece of plate. That is near max roll for armor in this game. On named armor. The problem, it's 52k. We have 10k to put in perspective. Depends. Would you consider the modules a, you know, weapon on the bottom? You know what? I'm gonna try and get as much money as possible, just in case. If I can somehow make 52k, I will love it. Because I am immediately grabbing that armor. Ow. I mean, that would still be honestly not that bad, because you have the Hammond and you have the, what's the other one? You have the, basically, special frames that don't have that anyways, that get buffs to it, so, I don't know, we'll see. I'll try and come up with some kind of challenge run for it, other than impossible on that one, because that one is way too long. With too many instant kills. Sure. We can. That'll go to a nimble bro if anything anyways. We'll just give him a really big helmet and tattered armor. I'll just need to make some bone plating in a moment. Alright, move up. Shoot. Reload this. Dead Space 3 has Impossible, like the remake does. Which is, like, it's permadeath. That's where the difficulty originated from. I actually forgot about that too until I looked at it recently. Okay, what the bard may need to back up a bit. Alright, let's back up. Pillow will go ahead and deal with this one. Try and fire there. Clever. Yeah, just take your shots. Let's go ahead and rotate here. So our character's not really good at melee, isn't the one being caught there. And we'll just do this. And Sigmar can just, you know, make sure nothing goes wrong. Anatomist, you'll move up. There we go. Yeah, that's definitely where I'm gonna be putting one save, is right before that section. Like that section. Because that one's very finicky. Yes, it does. Rotating in actually does cause morale penalty. It's part of the reason why it's very good to use aggressively, because you can break enemies you normally wouldn't by doing that. Since even like the beasts that normally don't get affected by morale, very often the movement for going in is, I think, just a chance to trigger, so it will trigger even if the resolve is extremely high. And you just have that 5% chance going through. The Ubermorph is not very scary, actually, funny enough from what I remember. Sure, it's a regenerator, but, it by itself is not the issue. It's all the necromorphs around it that are more the issue. But, considering how I normally play Dead Space 2, which is use a force gun as a backup weapon, I don't imagine that segment's going to be very hard. Because I'm just going to force gun, knock it down, and kill everything else. Technically, Bobobo, that is theoretically possible. How much rotating would you have to do? I don't know. But you could. If you have everyone with direwolf pelts, you have the crystal skull constantly rotating in. Stuff like that. You could probably get most enemies to break. You'd have to skip out on undead entirely. But everything else you could theoretically break just by rotating in. That would actually be a very funny challenge run. Holy crap, it has. I mean, I guess I probably didn't realize because I swapped out at 2 hours from Darkest Dungeon. Oh, we had to go to Bramming. One moment. I've got to go back up here. Oh, I'm still upset that I lost that run due to not knowing one of the bosses, but it happens. Yeah, we are not getting the money needed for that that chess piece. I hate the fact we're not, but I can see the writing on the wall. You know what? At this point, we'll go ahead and sell that direwolf armor. I've got better. I do need some tools, but we will go ahead and go up. Actually, we need to go down. Because I do need to get the normal unhold. So we need to go down here. Do only beggars have tatters? I mean, I've got the space. I can hire one. It's not like beggars are expensive either. Oh. We'll be wrapping up here in just a moment. We'll probably do like one more contract or get the unhold pelts. And then we'll be done here. Let's see. Northwest. We'll actually not do that. And there we go. That should be tatters. And sackcloth. Close enough. Just one more. What the heck? I do need some more. I want to have a full cannonade in the back. Okay, I can make use of you. Alright. Well then. I'm surprised at how good he is. At melee, weirdly enough. His melee is never going to be super high compared to some of the other backgrounds, but nah, this kind of killed it here. All right, Arnold, get out of here. Go ahead and sell this. Thank you, Rippe. I'll hydrate with some coffee. Re-energize. What? Maybe. Arnold, there, didn't quite have what we need in the company at this point. So sadly, he's got to go for now. Early on, he would have been actually pretty good as a random hire. But I need a little bit more stats out of them if they're not going to be what we're looking for. Don't honk us. What do we do to deserve it? It's the truth, alright? We need just a little bit more out of our brothers now that we're hiring. Because at this point, they're competing for slots with the others. Kalk is not somewhere with super good stuff. Actually, funny enough, I remember there is a mod. It doesn't replace, beasts. Or it doesn't replace dog. There is a mod on, or for PC, obviously, that Hardy snuck
We are
one in.
experiencing technical difficulties. Please stay tuned.
Are we all
But
clear?
it does allow you to
Okay, we're all
capture
clear.
beasts.
Great. All right, hit the red button.
Freakazoid is an
No, not
old
that button!
Acme cartoon. It's... Or, sorry, not Acme. Well, yes, Acme, because it's Warner Brothers. It's an old Warner Brothers cartoon. I want to say it came out around the same time as... what was that group called? The Animaniacs. But, Bobobo, there is a mod on Nexus that allows you to capture beasts and actually, you know, use them in place of dogs. We're gonna make a save here real quick, and I'm gonna check that Oath Taker. I want to say it allows you to capture unholds, even like I don't know if it did lindworms, but it was most of them. And none of the contracts were good here. All right. All our money for an Oath Taker. Hold on. Depending on his roles here, I may have a use for him. Oh, thank you for the stretch. We'll get up and stretch in just a second. Yeah, he's not going to turn out quite what I need, sadly. So we'll go ahead and do this. Yeah, Lindworm Riders. You just ride the Sneck into battle. Alright. Oh. Yes, I will go retrieve a cat too. Alright, we have a new cat who hasn't been on stream before, I don't think. This is Mabel. Mabel. Just hear the yippee and freak. He just heard the yippee through my headset and actually freaked out a little bit.
Bobovich 007 asked me, define definition. The classic philosophical quandary. A definition is essentially a statement that explains the meaning of a word or phrase. It's like a fancy way of saying, here's what this thing actually means, so everyone stops arguing over it.
Yeah, we'll ignore
It's how we avoid those awkward conversations where someone insists aardvark has something to do with aviation. Or, you know, summoning Krakens in your case.
Well then. But yeah, that's Mabel, by the way. That is, the other Torty we've got. She is very sweet, but she is very, very cautious. I didn't want to interrupt DTS. But, she is the one that will, at night, as I'm going to bed, she will come up and cuddle. Don't be like that. Envoy to the south. It's good pay. Oh, perfect. That is just what we wanted. This should be the final contract we need. Yeah, those unholds are just running for the hills. They're like, nope, nope, nope. Let's go ahead and give a net here. We got a few net slots open. Alright. Charge the unholds. I mean, yeah.
Now comes the part where we throw our heads back and laugh. Ready?
Ready!
I am still standing.
Aw, I actually am surprised. I looked for that specific scene from where it's like the Marine like holding out with it playing "I'm Still Standing" with the Marine's voiceover. Sadly, no one has uploaded that to Taiga yet as a sound bite. I was so upset and surprised. I luckily did find the Space Marine playing the saxophone through the battlefield, but it wasn't what I was originally looking for. Yep, exactly. Just him vibing out as bullets ping off his armor. Actually, we kind of want to put Pillow right there, but we're not going to be able to here. This is kind of crap positioning because there's not much space.
The inner machinations of my mind are an enigma.
Alright. Let's go ahead and fire on him. Yeah, we won't be able to swap him out. Pillow, you're just gonna run up here. Oh, well, Kaboom gets a free fight in there. Go ahead and let What the Bard fire off. Same with Clever. And we'll fire here too. Partner will stab and move over. And Sigmar will end the unhold. I am surprised I got Jack doing that, but that is the perfect picture of him to sum up how he is. Perfect. Boom actually resisted the stun there. And they shoved him out of the way to where Sigmar can still, you know, get some hits in. And nice. We'll wait there. Alright. We'll go ahead and do that. And there we go. Okay, that's not nice. No running away. Or are you meaning him? Because he's definitely running away. Alright, let's go ahead and move up here, fire. Not a high chance, but hey. Let's go ahead and fire there. You know what? Just try and back up. There we go. Alright. Barnabas, run up.
I require sustenance, Father.
Well, you can feast on the unholds, alright? It's an infinite source of meat. Theoretically? Behold the disappearing unhold. He just lifted himself into oblivion.
Bobovich, Row 07 asked me, define undefinable. Oh, that's a fun one. Undefinable is what you call something that's pretty much impossible to pin down with a nice, neat explanation. It's like trying to catch smoke with your bare hands, or, you know, like convincing a cat to play fetch. It's for those things that don't fit nicely into a box, but we humans just love to try anyway, don't we?
Yes, we do. The invisible unhold is Caught that, Hardy. Trying to get us there. I was ready that time. Oh, there he is. His active camouflage has failed him. He is revealed. You know, apparently the Unholds have discovered the secrets of active camo. It's just, it runs out very quickly, apparently. Alright, let's go ahead and fire here.
Roar.
Yes, roar for the Unholds. Because, clearly they're not selling themselves here. Very well. Good. I mean, that works. Yeah, you can have the high ground here. I don't know what... I thought Tello would be the one who moved first, not Pillow there. So I was planning on moving him immediately. I was being too hasty. Alright, boom, we'll get this 2 hits in. Couldn't fire on the Unhold here. Hey, you know what? Clever. You can reload, but just do that instead. Barnard will go ahead and stab away at the Unhold. Kaboom will solo one, probably. There'll be a while before anyone can support him here. Pillow gets to swipe in. Poor Unhold, just getting bullied by people with knives. Oh, he's got, oh, dislocated shoulder is why he's only able to attack twice. I was not paying attention. When did he get dislocated shoulder? Didn't notice that. Well, he can still hit twice, so it's not like it's a huge deal. And that one's now fleeing. Alright. Pillow can slay that one. You know what, Sigmar? Charge this one. It'll help Kaboom kill that a little quicker. Since he's not at full capacity here.
Stay.
That completely butchered that. Did it even try? Alright, Arnabus finally makes it over. Pekko will just move up to help make sure this thing dies. There we go. Alright. Last bit of Unhold blood needed. And Unhold flesh. Can't forget that. Alright. Down come the hammers.
Lamp oil, rope, bombs. You want it? It's yours, my friend, as long as you have enough rubies. Sorry, Link. I can't give credit. Come back when you're a little, richer.
Let's see. There we go. Alright. We got it. At least I'm pretty sure. I mean... He's gotta be, right? He's hauling all that around. Oh. Barnyard is sitting with Clever Ever. Do as you wish. Another cultist to the cause. Barnyard keeps converting everyone. I think that's like his third conversion that he's given. Which is great. Because that just keeps increasing his resolve even higher. He's at 121 right now. Alright, let's go ahead and set you up here real quick. Alright. We'll give you student here just to speed up your levels. Let's see here. Boom, you definitely need more morale. And there we go. We've got unhold pelts. We've got a few unhold hearts. We've got a few unhold bones. Hopefully that's enough for the Kraken. Alright. We'll be ending here and raiding out. Thank you, everyone, for joining. And thank you for sticking around and, you know, chatting and everything. And also thank you to all the lurkers as well. We'll raid out here. Let me see who's online. Let's see. Well,
I'm dandy. I just need water.
Bob above Bobovich 007 asked me how to deal with mosquitoes. Those little buzzing bundles of joy. To deal with mosquitoes, you've got a few options. You could go the traditional route with repellent sprays and nets, which is like putting a tiny force field around yourself. Or you could try the swatting game. It's like tennis, but with more bloodstains. And if you're really desperate, invite a spider to share your living space. They're great roommates if you don't mind the webs.
We'll raid out Paytovsky here. He's currently on Baldur's Gate 3 Honor mode. For his first, I think, ever, at least, Honor mode playthrough. So let's go cheer him on in that. But yeah, seriously, thank you guys for joining and sticking around and everything. Even those who didn't, as well as all lurkers, you know, everything else. I will catch you all Wednesday, where we will be starting Dead Space 2 Hardcore. And I will see you all later. Have a good night, everyone. Take it easy. And have a good one, everyone. See you guys later.
Ajay.